Welcome to the evening chill stream, baby. Oh yeah. To everybody here who's early, let me just say this one beautiful thing. You're amazing and I love you. Thanks for being here. For anybody watching in the archive who's confused as all get out, tonight we're playing some Final Fantasy. This is gonna be for the history books. Just know, yeah. Boom, ba-dum, boom, boom, ba-dum, boom. All right. Yeah. Hey everyone, and welcome. I just felt like that. I felt like just having some fun. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that that action. I'm gonna bring in, guys. Welcome, Brendan. Thank you so much for the beautiful comments. I didn't know where I was gonna go with that. We might have some fun this evening. Kelly, what's up? What's going on back in DC in the house tonight? I have not been drinking, and this is a true statement. I have not been drinking, but to my right, I do have an adult beverage. And we're gonna have some fun. If you guys are playing on the Aether Data Center, you can come by, and we are going to be doing some community game night. We're hanging out in the Discord server. If you're interested in coming and joining the fun, got a lot of things going on. Tyler just hit that subscribe button. Welcome to the Soul Nation. Now, right now, going on over on Twitch, Chris is actually going to be playing a little bit of Minecraft, and the top link in the description if you want to go also lurk on his stream and do that. Now, without further ado, guys, I think it's time to play some games. You need some help getting Ram's voice for your blue? Well, Backo, get in here. Yeah, oh, well, hold up. I've never heard this tune before. How long can he delay before playing the games, baby? It's Friday night, y'all. Oh, let's switch up the views. Dorka, DCB, baby, bow, bow, wow, wow, wow. What's the Streamlab link? I don't know what that is. I'm not really good at my job. Break it down, WOPR Jaffa. How's it going, my man? Yeah. Freaking out all the newbies. All right. I do not apologize. Do not apologize whatsoever. All right, guys, this time we're gonna bring in chat. What's up, chat? I'm gonna drop down that music. I just had the. I've been rocking. I'm in a mood.
Hey, Brian. How are you?
What's up, Leland? How you doing, dude?
I'm tired.
Dude, I can sympathize, man. I can sympathize. All right. Who's organizing this shindig? What do we? Rock, you're my. Oh, Rock bounced out. Is he coming back? And nobody answers anything. I guess we do not know if Rock's returning. Let's see here.
He just bounced out.
Just bounced out. Okay. All right. Well, I guess I'll put up a party finder. Putting up a party finder if anyone wants to run with me. Boom, baby.
What you got in mind?
What's up, Matt? There.
Granted, I haven't played anything in probably.
I have not talked to you in like 2 months, man. You doing okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm doing great. It's just my really busy time of the year.
Yeah. It's been my really busy time of the year, and it's kind of a real blessing. I'm exhausted, but woo, it's been nice to be able to kind of, just claw back, some of that, progress that I think we all lost last year.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, to give you an idea, I put 72 hours in last week.
Oh man, tip of the hat, man. That is more than I put in. I'm coming in at 60, but man, 72 hours, dude. It's brutal.
Let's see. Monday, this was my week last week. Monday was 10 hours.
Yeah.
Tuesday was 10 hours. Wednesday was 10 hours. Thursday was 18 hours. Friday was 14 hours. And Saturday was 13 hours.
Wow, dude. Well, you're welcome to come and dust off some of the old dust there. What's going on, Sephiroth? Fear the Beard. MRL. Sharon, how you doing today? Matt's hair, dude. Love the name. Hey, okay. Thank you so much for translating. In the chat. Uh-oh, auto running, not intended. There we go. Here. Well, come on, like
Asmon's Gold for the last week, and you've had a lot of fun. Did he finish Coils?
He got to the. From what I saw, he got to the part where.
Hey, Juba.
He basically you find.
I should be able to actually mute, and they can't hear me now. I love this thing. This is great. What's up, Dreama?
I don't know if he's gotten any further than that though.
He's at Van Darnus last you saw. Okay.
Ooh, Van Darnus, man. I was watching. That was so exciting to watch. Hey, Rock's back. Hey, Rock, I got the party finder up if you want to jump in, dude.
Okay, I'm just getting logged in now.
Nice.
I'm just as happy to sit here and chill with you, Brian.
Dude,
my brain is just burnt right now.
That's what today's about, man. Like, I text Chris, he calls. We were all just kind of like, what are we going to do tonight? And all I was like, because Rock messaged me and he's like, hey, we gonna play some games tonight? I go, it all depends on if the kids go to sleep. I came down. We did the Epic Loot Radio podcast last night. I come downstairs and Julie just looks stressed. She just looks stressed, dude. And I'm just like, oh, I feel horrible. Like, what's going on? And she's like, the kids, they aren't sleeping. They're machines. They're machines. And I go, all right.
I've always said, Brian, that if you could take and bottle that, you'd be a billionaire.
Good news coming on Friday. New merch drop. Energy of the Children. We've harnessed it into a vitamin. And yeah. So tonight
can you imagine giving a 55-year-old man the energy of a 5-year-old?
I think that's how wars get started. I got nothing to do on a Friday, and I feel like I'm 10. Time to wreck some faces. Oh,
somebody doesn't have kids, Brian, when they say they sleep like a baby.
That's me.
Because babies don't sleep.
Yeah.
I don't have, 41, no kids, but, I work on average 60-hour work weeks, so.
Yeah, dude, you've been crushing it. Sephiroth is coming in saying, y'all chilling in Discord? Yes, Discord is open, guys. If y'all want to come hang out, that is a rule that will be on until somebody decides to break it. So if you're going to come hang out in voice, have a decent mic and a good attitude, and you're welcome to come hang out. You can just listen if you're not feeling like you want to talk. But if it gets a little chaotic, sometimes sometimes the internet's the internet, and if that's the case, we'll pick our select few and move up into the cool room. We're in the chill room right now. We'll have it.
Ryan, I just sent you a text message with a picture of my new truck I just ordered.
Oh man. Well done. All right, so James is asking.
I just don't like the price tag that I have to pay for it.
So James is asking. Actually, there we go. I thought I muted them. Okay. Oh, I muted them just to the stream. James is asking, hey, odd question. When does the pre-order for Endwalker end? I think on the 19th of November, James. Typically, there's rumors that you can pre-order after that, but I wouldn't personally bet on that. If you're thinking about a pre-order, do it before the 19th. Okay, cool.
Just here to hang out.
Yeah, Chris is hanging out over on Twitch, guys. Go show him some love.
Something mesmerizing to watch, kind of. As I try to figure this out.
Hey, what's up, Leon?
You can't make any character on Aether besides Midgard right now. So peak hours is a bad time to do character creation because it looks at current server load. So if you have a specific server you want to be on, my recommendation is set an alarm in the morning and wake up. Try an hour off hours. Nights and weekends are gonna be hard, so tomorrow morning may not be perfect, but like Monday morning, Tuesday morning, those are really great times for character creation to kind of have your pick of the litter.
Yeah.
Because that's definitely a factor.
That's what you did, Rock?
Yep, I created
You got Sargatanas up
new
before.
character that way on Sargatanas.
Well, basically it comes down to with all the new people coming in from World of Warcraft.
It's not just World of Warcraft. It's everywhere now.
We're recruiting from Minecraft now. We're taking the Minecraft dollars.
People are coming in from everywhere.
We're taking those big streamers.
This whole Quinn thing, that's a Diablo 3 player. Like it's everywhere.
Well, it's great. I mean, I'm excited to see, you know, this many people trying Final Fantasy, something that, you know, 2 years ago, I found myself coming over and...
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did.
You know, I just fell in love. Well, I've always been a Final Fantasy fan since I was 8 years old. And, I mean, 1988, I picked up Final Fantasy for my NES.
I hated that game, by the way. I hated the original. I love this. I love the sequel on SNES, but I hated the original. Go ahead. Leland, actually, can you pause that? I do have a question for the group coming from Fear the Beard saying, Brian, I have a friend on EU. Do they do the world transfer? Does it let them switch to NA? I believe the answer is yes, but I don't want to just blatantly confirm something that's false. So if you guys have insight on that, that'd be huge for me.
I have never tried... I've never heard of anybody trying to make that transfer. I'm sure people have.
If Chili's in chat, that'd be great.
The data center visit will be region locked only at first. Long term, the plan is for that to be something that we can, you know, jump regions. So
yeah.
If you have a friend that like lives in the EU and they want to play with you, that is something that long term would be possible.
All right, I got Rock. So essentially one thing we can do, kind of kick off, I only need 2 more voids and 2 more rabs. If Rock, if you're good with running that, I'm game for knocking out 4, you know, alliance raids and being done with this step. But we could just jump into Palace of the Dead or Heaven on High. But I'm only going in with the pre-made for Palace of the Dead and Heaven on High. So if we get, I'm gonna honestly leave it up to chat.
Right now,
Awesome.
Ooh, I'm trying my alt for
I'm gonna make a poll question.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay, what Chris was saying a minute ago, I'll jump in so you guys know there is a web page. You can refresh, because I had to do it because I just made a character on you guys' server. You refresh it and it'll tell you when you can make a character on that server.
That sort of works, but it lies a little bit too because there's lag.
I got lucky and it worked for me.
Yeah, it's all gonna be timing. But that's actually really good to know. Can you drop that link into like any of the chats so I can make sure that at least we get that going so we can get more people jumping into servers and having an easier time?
It's a server status page. Let me dig around and I'll put it in there in a minute. It's
Dude.
Peanut Butter Jelly Time is my name.
Thanks, Peanut Butter Jelly Time. Oh God, I need a sound effect. All I got is this one. On a quest, he's been given a quest. When he completes the quest, he will be satisfied with the music that plays. So I want to hold on. I want to speak as the YouTuber here who has no problem talking forever. This is kind of a level of energy that I want to say is not common at this hour at night. So I don't know how long it's going to go, but if it annoys you, I do apologize. I'll be my normal, presentable self in about 2 hours.
I'm incredibly chill post stream. Stream, like I'm a high energy person, but stream chills me out quite a bit.
I have lived in .NET for the last like 60 hours. This is great. I could just drink and chat with you guys.
I have a noob question if anybody could help me out.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
How do I mute Twitch on mobile?
Besides just turn the volume down. Just specifically the Twitch stream.
Will that work?
I'm pulling up Twitch. I'm pulling up Twitch right now.
There we go.
Hey guys.
What's happening?
Hello.
Hello.
How are y'all?
Doing good. How are you?
Do I?
I'm alright. Yeah. A friend of mine had a wedding today.
Oh, congrats! That's awesome. Like in game or like in the real world.
In game.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Those are fun. Those are
I
fun.
have no idea how to turn down just
Presents.
because I assume you're wanting to listen to Discord while watching a stream, and I don't actually know how to do that. I know how to go
Okay.
audio only. If
I'm
you're listening
on-
to stream so that you save on bandwidth.
I'm on mobile, and I just had to turn down the phone.
But like, if you're wanting to listen to Discord, so you specifically want to mute stream, especially if you're
You're doing both?
watching my stream.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that kind of.
Gotcha. Oh man.
Just put it in YouTube, Brian, if you see it.
Upgrade to a flint. Upgrade to a flint.
Did it get
Hey,
caught? Yeah, go ahead.
If you invite me to party, will it bypass?
I can't because the party finder is up. So
Gotcha.
when a party finder is up, it will prevent me from inviting. So you have to join via the party finder. However, if I can invite before, I can drop party finder and then invite. But honestly, I think it's easier just to join because it's an open party.
Finder. Yeah.
With Lumina, I'm tempted to just Lumina's the character I have in y'all's FC. I'm tempted to just do two things, and I
Okay.
know people were probably gonna be like, "Oh, she shouldn't do that." But I've been through the freaking story twice.
Wow.
I have a character that's now on Exodus, and then I have one on
Beastly, what's up?
grr.
Mystera has a question for Chris. Hold on a second, Lena. Hold on.
Okay.
Mystera writes, Brian and Chris, have you guys played Tales of Berestra? Is that right? Bersetta?
I think it's Berseria.
Berseria. That sounds right.
There was also Vesperia.
I have not.
Vesperia,
I've played
yeah.
that. I've played Berseria, Vesperia, and Zestiria, and they're all amazing.
Okay. No, I have not. They have a new they have Tales of Arise coming out this year.
Which
And-
looks fun.
And it's rumored coming on Game Pass.
Oh hell yeah.
Awesome.
Hell yeah.
Game Pass makes it really easy to download something and be like, yeah, if I get too busy, I don't worry. Like I didn't spend anything, so like there's just no risk. Okay.
I love Game Pass. It's the best. What, $10 a month now? It was like $5 or $1 for the first couple.
Yeah. I had a lot of gold.
One.
I don't think so.
I said it was like $1 or something.
We're just in community night, so like
Oh
the
yeah.
audio quality you're gonna get from Discord here is going to be
Wildly different.
Yeah.
wildly all over the place. As
That's
opposed to
okay.
like Brian and I, like the other day, I hopped into a community stream that Benny over in Comic Storian was doing. I was just listening, and I was there under my personal name on Discord, so like he doesn't know it's me. And he asked a question that nobody answered, and so I jumped in and answered it, and he goes, "Who's the content creator in here?"
Who is it? Who is it?
And he's like, "Because one of your microphones is a lot better than the rest of yours."
Hello.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
no reason to spend this kind of money on a mic if
Who
you're
is
just
it?
hanging out in Discord.
Right.
As a former guy who used to work at a music store, I'll argue that. No. Go support your local musicians.
That's funny. Did you get that link, Brian? I put it in YouTube chat. I don't know if you
I looked. I've been watching, and maybe the bot grabbed it because it didn't even show it for me, Ahmad. Can you just drop it in general chat here in Discord, and I'll take that and I'll override the YouTube with my administrative privileges. Right now, I've Party Finder. Right now, in the lead is the raid Relic, so I only have 4 raids to do. I only have 4 more raids before my next step, and then we can do some Palace of the Dead or something. Oh, awesome! Thank you.
I can join for the Palace of the Dead. I just don't want to get into the whole Relic grind.
You're good.
It's too much of a pain.
Yeah. When did it come out, and when am I doing it? Like, there's a real gap.
As opposed to right now, I wanted to play Minecraft because today I got into the Guild Wars Legendary system and was like, I want a real grind. Like the Relic is such a weird in between because it's very grindy, but like it becomes something that's so much less meaningful for so many people when we move into the next expansion, as opposed to something that like you got to really feel like you improved the quality of your account
Yeah.
long term. There's something really nice about something that it's like, I'll start it now, and if it takes me 2 years or 3 years of just every time I have a little bit of free time, that's fine. But the Relic really isn't that. So it kind of makes me want something that's even more grindy, not less.
I think it's a matter of the investment that carries forward. I'm getting some weird static, just guys. Who's that?
Yeah.
That might be me, my fan. Sorry about that.
All right, yeah, just yeah, if it's giving that static, just try to do press to talk or something.
All right, give me a minute.
Cool. But that's one of the things where I wish, and I like, this is a big wish. Like, me saying this is like, hey, Square, how about spending $30 million for Brian right now? I wish there was a unique perk that each of the Relic weapons had, and then there was ability to level up the Relic weapons so that there was a reason to go back and get ARRs outside the look. And I know that literally breaks a lot of the principles of Final Fantasy. I'm just like, man, it'd be kind of neat if this weapon that you get, you could always find a way to make relevant. But that breaks that breaks everything we've known for the last 7 years. So, what's up, Bo? We got Summit 1G playing, just started right now. I don't know who Summit 1G is. So if that's an individual, awesome. If that's a music station, cool. Please educate my ignorant butt. All right, we got a Fisher.
It's a chance to get to meet a lot of people. There's been a lot of people really interested in 14 that wouldn't have been historically, and so it's a chance for those of us interested in 14 to kind of meet them for the first time.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm just waiting.
I'm going. Go ahead.
I'm just waiting for my client to update Brian.
Okay, no worries. We might be able to get a run in as soon as Darazai switches from Fisher.
Are y'all trying to do like regular raids?
This is going to be Void Arc. We're going to do that twice, and then we'll do Rab twice, and that should finish off the step because I only need 18 of each, right?
Yep, one time.
Yes.
Awesome.
Mace, thanks for sharing Prime.
This is great. I have no memory of Void Arc.
All right, let's dust off the cobwebs.
I'm going in this blind.
Is that better?
I can help
Yeah.
if you'll need that.
Party Finder's up, and I'm gonna go ahead and put us into queue. So you have until I queue us,
Yeah. Okay.
and then we'll be out after that as well. So we'll just keep picking people up as we go on throughout the night. Void Arc.
Ron, do you have that static for me yet? Or is it gone? Or
The static. I'm sorry. What?
I was trying to eliminate my
Oh yeah, much more. When you said static, my mind went to MMORPG static. Like,
I'm sorry. Yeah.
it's like I would love to be in a static if anybody wants to bring me along. I'm their new best friend. Hey, can my best friend come? Can my new friend come?
I call myself getting on the balcony.
Is there like a password for the thing, Brian?
We've already got into the instance, but when we shift back, we'll open up Party Finder again. I'm not doing passwords right now. Sorry.
It's okay.
Wait, how long have I been live, and how little gameplay can we do? 23 minutes of nothing. But these people here in chat are incredible.
Brian, anybody that's watched you for a while, we just like to talk to you and hang out with you, man. You're a good dude.
Oh, thanks, man. I really appreciate that.
I've been watching you for a while. It's the first time I've asked to talk to you, but I've been watching your videos for a while, man.
Thanks, peanut butter jelly time. I've always wanted to say that and mean it.
His name makes me hungry.
I figured you'd like my name.
Just a kind of a call out to chat, just as we are kind of building out kind of a new content stream in terms of shorts and different clips and things like that. YouTube finally gave me the clip button. So if there's anything that you guys like that stands out from the streams and the videos, use that clip feature, tweet me the clip, because interestingly enough, or at least the thought hasn't been complete, I don't see the clips unless you send them to me. There's no dashboard that says, here's the clips to your channel, which would be super helpful. So pro tip, YouTube, that's what I need, because we want to take those and turn those into little videos and things like that, etc. So anyway, up to you guys, no pressure.
I'm a PC delivery guy, so I just watch almost all of it.
Man, I appreciate that, man.
They're a little startup. They're getting the hang of it.
Yeah, Google's still figuring this stuff out.
They'll get there.
If the day they introduce like a tenth of the features that Twitch has, I don't know, man. I think it's gonna. They do. I think it's gonna
They have a
be.
bigger audience. So like, they just need to do more. You know.
Mm-hmm.
I hesitate to even use the word better because like they're doing some things really well, just not everything.
Hey, Chris, out of curiosity, have you heard one way or the other what's going to happen with like our, I know they're doing a kind of a stat squish with Endwalker.
Yep.
Have you heard if they're going to do like a, kind of a squish on our abilities?
So we will have some abilities pruned because we are getting new abilities next time. They have not revealed abilities. We'll get that in September.
Okay.
So I don't know if they'll go over kind of what's going away and like is that going to affect all jobs. It does seem like there's going to be a couple of jobs that are going to change drastically. There's going to be several jobs that don't. They have not told us what jobs are doing which, and when that was directly asked in the Q&A, the answer was come back in September.
Yeah, exactly. Now, Mr. is saying.
I'm super curious now what they're gonna change, what they're gonna keep, what classes are getting adjusted. I'm curious.
Everything, more or less. I would bet if you're gonna put money on it, any class, any job that's having a new job introduced to their category. Sage, so healers, I think are you're gonna see some prime updates to healers across the board to kind of reshuffle what it means to be a peer and a barrier. And then at the same time, I would say there could be some adjustments within the melee. Everybody's getting changes. Like I always say that every expansion brings in.
Seem to be something they're really interested in tweaking.
Yeah.
I would really like to see
Summoner.
Summoner.
Really like to see,
yeah.
I would like to see them definitely prune the gunbreaker down a little
Oh, dude, I love my gunny. Don't do it to me, Leland.
I love mine.
You use a macro on some of it, don't you?
I do. I would love some
Okay, so
streamline.
pruning wouldn't affect you. Like if they just effectively kind of.
Nothing affects me. I'm effectless.
So the I would
Any
say
Warrior fans?
I mean, I'm a warrior main.
I mean, my warrior's level
I'm not
70.
warrior
it's
main,
just-
but I like warrior.
The job most likely to get affected the most is summoner. Out of everything we've been told at this point, because we have seen, like, Mr. Happy had an interview with Yoshi P where he asked about Eggy Glamours, and Yoshi P's response was, I don't want to talk about Eggy Glamours because it doesn't make sense to invest in the system if something about that system might change. And so he effectively said, like, why, in a way, a version of what he said would be like, why would I make Eggy Glamours if how Eggy's function is changing? That's not exactly what he said, but that is kind of a part of what was implied. It was super vague, so it could mean anything.
Could mean anything. It could mean anything.
He's always agreeing with us, but I would definitely put it as a job to watch. And if you're distinctly like loving, there's a giant rat attacking me. If you're, I got raw rat meat, disgusting. So if you're in love with the way Summoner is now, then I would go level another caster. Just to so you don't like your job to take away.
Have a backup, guys. Have a backup.
Have a backup.
Yeah.
Thanks for the 20 likes, by the way. I'm not gonna lie, that feels good.
I do know from
Let me do that right now.
Oh yeah, that's why I remind people. Literally, is like you'll get one person going like, I hate when YouTubers say to like, favorite, subscribe, share, blah blah blah, and then you get like 1,000 people going, thank you for reminding me. I forget all the time, and it's like, all right, and it's like on a video, I'll get like 70% more likes.
I need to say it in gaming, kinda.
You should be like, hit that like button,
The
kinda.
number of people watching and all that is skyrocketing, and the subscriptions just doesn't change. And it affects the ways the videos roll out, and it affects, like, I don't know. It affects some things. Not as many as it would be assumed, but it does affect some things.
I was really bad about that a while back. It would just keep showing up my feed, so I'm like, okay, well, it's cool.
Taking care of itself.
And then it didn't, and then I'm like, okay, no, I want to keep seeing these guys. So then I made sure I subscribed.
Well, and it's like my dad was like, Brian, I'm not seeing your videos. Are you posting? Yeah, Dad, I am posting. He's like, I'm not even subscribed anymore. I go, yeah, I mean, I'm used to it. The other thing I get is a lot of people saying like, it won't let me subscribe or it won't let me do things because it says that you're a kids channel. I'm like, I don't know, but it's not one person. So I know something's funky in the back end sometimes. So if it won't let you chat right now, YouTube finally added like, and gosh, like you give me a magic wand, and I turn YouTube subscriber to YouTube follow, and then it's essentially like the membership into the sub, because it's so confusing. Because people are like, you want me to sub to you to chat? Who do you think you are? And I'm like, subbing is free. Like, it's free. I know you're from Twitch. I know that's like subbing costs. It's like, no. But it's so peaceful. The streams have been so much nicer since they added that feature, because you don't get the people like having, I don't know who you are and I'm just gonna be a troll. It's like, all right, if you're gonna troll me, at least subscribe. And then watch a couple hundred videos so you can get some context about really what I'm sensitive about.
Yeah, the biggest thing I've got a question right now is, I started my relic. I've got part of my relic down.
Yeah.
But I'm unsure where to go from here.
Well, the relic is optional, so it's really up to you. Like, what are you looking to do in the game?
Well, I've got the first part of the relic where I actually have the relic. I'm unsure where to go from here.
So there's another quest from the same guy that gave you that, and you can pick up the next quest, and he'll ask you for something else, and that will upgrade it again. And each time you're going to get to turn that relic back in and upgrade it a little bit more and a little bit more. It is currently capable of being upgraded all the way to 535, and it is stat-wise, it is the best weapon in the game. But you are a very long road away from that, and so do that if you're enjoying it, but keep in mind that, like, at level 90, you're not going to use it. So if you're
yes.
not having fun.
Yes, Artraf, I am playing on a white mage right now. So if you have any questions about white mage or the healers, feel free to just let me know. But yeah, sorry if you asked that again. I thought maybe I saw that earlier, but if that wasn't answered, yes. I just need to press them once. There we go.
Really, really neat.
There's also a wiki, if you wanted the wiki that tells you basically what to do.
Oh, the wiki on what?
Relic weapons.
Relic.
Gotcha.
Okay, that's on WikiLeaks?
Oh yeah. They're getting everything. They're getting everything nowadays. Everything, man.
It's on the interwebs.
I like the resistance specifically in general for Final Fantasy.
Thank you very much. Blood for the blood lily, 100%.
Also, at some point, you will get stuck. You may not have a high enough resistance, or not resistance, level in the zone that for the quest. If you just started.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's see. I got to go to. Nope, not Norrant. I need to go far east.
I tried to get to your rock. Sorry.
I wasn't paying attention.
It's okay. I rescued you, and then but I was too slow. I was too slow. I failed you, Rock. I failed you. I'm gonna delete my account now.
do an Asmon.
Delete a tune for charity.
Oh no.
Saf, thank you so much for tier 1.
I don't think that you could have me delete my main character like that.
He deleted his boosty boy.
His boosty boy. It seems a little clickbaity.
No, it was for charity. Like, it was one of the just spots. Like, when you get to this.
So
point,
he is like, I'm gonna delete my character. Like, but he said it like my boosty character.
I'll delete my boosted character. I'll delete
Oh, okay.
my boosted paladin.
Okay, cool. Well, good for him.
Like he can afford to buy another boost.
Yeah. And I know. Yeah. It's like, all right, boosted. I boosted back, baby.
No,
it's still a cool thing regardless, but.
There was
trying to remember what my.
Didn't they not let him do that, or didn't like the community kind of try to block him from that?
You can't delete what you mail, and so he ended up not being able to do it on stream because people just kept mailing him things, and you have to wait for the mail to arrive, and so he was gonna have to finish the delete on stream. So he killed the character on stream, and the goal was to like give him a death and then delete him, and he couldn't do the actual deletion, but he did it off stream.
Gotcha. Very cool.
Okay.
Let a guy do his thing. People something else.
So, Chris, can you explain what the Lost Finds cache is?
The Lost what cache?
For for Boja. Your skills.
So there's like you have a whole inventory full of like skills and potions and things like that, you can have 2 lost actions equipped to your bar. And so you kind of carry around like a little pouch of things, and you could drag those abilities out. And so that can allow you to have like a heal when you're a tank, or, you know, so it lets classes just kind of break, which is really neat. And you get those from fragments. You identify fragments.
So I have
And that's
lost
what lets you.
And
So as you find fragments in the zones, you'll be able to do that. Is that going to poison me?
lost protect and lost cure.
Very nice. He's on his way.
Yep.
Oh,
You're doing
protect
it.
back.
You're doing it. I'm out of food.
Yeah, I'm trying to do my 45 black.
Okay, so once I have these in the Lost Finds holster, how do I activate them?
Dorka, congratulations. Finally finishing the Shadowbringers last patch of the MSQ. Oh my gosh, that's incredible. Let's jam it out for a bit for you, Dorka. This is for you. I'm so happy for you, baby. Keep on grinding. Nah. I'm not sorry.
I'm going as a tank, so I need to actually. So if I want a second relic weapon, I need to go over here to.
Oh, let me just get killed.
I'm standing by you, dog.
Yeah.
What you were doing.
Okay, so here's the whole thing. I'm gonna get everybody killed. That's my whole plan. I'm actually a void scent. Pain Might, what's going on, man? Thanks for stopping by. Always appreciate your comments, by the way.
I need food.
So, in y'all's opinion, when the two new classes come out, what would be the best way to level them up as quickly as possible? Because I'm the guy that's going to be, I'm not going to continue the story unless I probably play Reaper.
Oh, I was gonna say play a tank.
Tails waiting. Wondrous Tales ready and waiting. So the week before the expansion launches, do Wondrous Tales.
Yeah.
What that's going to allow you to do is that's going to give you a free half a level boost. I think 70 to 80 is, I assume, like Heaven on High or Zadnor are pretty far up there. I don't know.
Also, yeah, Bosho. You know, you could do some Boshin.
Speed running dungeons is really effective.
I'll say this much: the music in Boja is very addicting.
Very true.
Radio, how are you guys?
Hey, Maelstrom, what's up, man?
Yeah,
Guys, if you
your
aren't following
speed of
Maelstrom,
leveling-
do so. Go ahead.
Your speed of leveling, yeah, Boja right now is definitely the best,
up there.
71 to 80. But yeah, how active it'll be come Shadowbringer, or Endwalker, that's gonna kind of be a problem.
Probably the first week it'll be active for people grinding.
Yeah.
Really, always good to see you.
Well,
Yeah.
the biggest thing for me is I've already got the classes that I want leveled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then, yeah, I'll be doing the same thing with Scion. So yeah, having that Wondrous Tales book to turn in. At a bare minimum 4 days before it comes out. It takes 4 days to get a level and a half of rested EXP. So don't like level any jobs
Don't do
or
anything.
anything. Yeah, don't
experience.
so let that level up.
So, how much should I let that gather before I do anything? Should I wait like 3 days, a week?
So 4 days cap is the minimum, but like if you're afraid that you're accidentally going to get experience, about a week out from the expansion, go get Wondrous Tales on a level capped character and don't touch anything that's not level capped. That way, and make sure you're logging out somewhere with the moon next to your experience bar, so you're getting maximum experience. That last week, just clean out your inventory, stay on your level 80 characters, be ready
Play
to go.
something else.
Play something else.
Play something else.
And if you have a group of friends that are going to do Sage and Reaper with you, all you guys need is one tank, and you can just speed run the highest level dungeon you have access to over and over and over. And it's really fast experience.
Almost 2 dungeons.
You would need your pre-order Endwalker ring so that you're getting 30% from that. You would need your free company buff or Grand Company Squadron manual. You would need your food buff, and that would max, and then your max rested, and that would give you maximum experience through all that.
Yeah, you blow to 80 pretty damn fast if you do all of it.
You go super fast. You get
Yeah.
Do your pixie dailies.
Mhm.
Do your
Oh yeah, Pixie. Yeah.
turn in wonders
Yeah.
tales. And spam some dungeons or Heaven on High or Zadnor, depending on the group. If you have your trust leveled up, you could do it without anybody else. Trusts are not nearly as fast as a group. They're designed
I
not to
don't
be as
even
fast.
have my chest leveled up at all. I don't even touch the chest with them at all.
Yeah.
So.
I've been.
But you know,
I've
that's
been
really
really-
the-
Intentionally not as good. They are by design not going to be as good as players. They do not want to incentivize people not to play with other players. So
I want to say thank you to Gabriel's Reel doing a 10 spot, saying, Brian, this is for your controller guides. I hope it helps his father 3 get back into the game. Bless. Dude, thank you so much for the $10, dude. I really appreciate it. But more than anything else, thank you for being out there and being an awesome, cool dad.
One thing I will say I do like that they did with the trust system is when you're playing a non-tank character, they increase the range at which the tank charges in. Because before you had to be like right up on the guys and you would get pelted.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get pelted by the mobs or the boss and potentially lose half your health if you weren't careful. So they increased the range on that. So that was kind of nice.
Use AoEs yet?
No.
So you guys just finished episode 156 about housing.
Ooh.
Another subject.
Lottery housing. Lottery's coming.
Yeah, that'll be a big deal.
I think that's going to take pressure.
I believe, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, but in order to do the obtain the I can't mispronounce it, the scale powder, I just go into the southern.
Idleshire, you get them with Poetics.
Yeah.
That's just a poetic step. If you have 2,000 poetics on hand, then you're all set.
You can actually get 2. It's 1,000 poetics per weapon.
So, not a huge deal.
Yeah.
So you don't have to go into Boja to get those?
No, that's a poetic step.
Yeah,
Afterwards,
that's a
then you.
poetic step. Now, all the other steps, you're going to have a choice. The vast majority of steps, you're going to have a choice between doing Boja, or if you want, instead you can there's like another step, like, do you want to go do fates, or do you want to go so a lot of the steps you're going to have a choice.
So I don't have to do Boja?
Yeah, if you don't want to do Boja, there's some quest and stuff, like you're going to have to do Castrum at some point, but the vast majority of this process around, they said, hey, there were people who didn't like Eureka, and there were people who don't want Eureka to go away, to go back to the previous systems. What if we just made both available? Like, what if we didn't pick?
Yeah, so even if Boja dies in the new expansion, you still have the ability to get that.
Poetics.
Sort of.
Ooh.
Nice.
There's
To an
one
extent,
24
yeah.
man raid that I think no one's going to do it because it's not in any queue or anything.
Well, the nice thing that I like about them
Bodies
is
and Arsenal didn't die.
is they like the Castrum and the other one in the second zone is I am thankful that they put those on 30-minute timers to where they just come up instead of like having to wait like an hour or 2 hours. Like that was ridiculous in the beginning.
Okay, remind me again, how do I get out of Boja?
Just leave instance, left side, click the duty thing.
Yeah, it's an instance content.
You're in an instance, so it's just like leaving a dungeon. Right now we're just leveling through a new mod pack, so I've got to find a farmer that'll trade me farmland for something I can actually acquire. Which has turned into quite the ordeal. They just keep wanting bone meal. Is that the only thing they're gonna want?
Now, I know at least up to the item level 500, it was kind of nice, but if you weren't in any hurry to get your relic, or you're trying to get like multiple relics, then having one relic on one part of the quest raid to get the memories and the other relic on the other part, you could just, as you're leveling up classes or just farming, you can just double dip and get memories of both, so that way you have this huge surplus. Like I did that when I wasn't really playing my paladin and my samurai. I just put them both up, and then when I came back, I realized that I had enough memories to make 3 relic weapons all in one swoop.
I got the jumping in here. I got the party finder up. We look and like we need 1 tank and 2 DPS. If anybody wants to come, we got 1 more Void Arc to run, and then I got 2 Rabs to run, and then we'll just keep playing and going from there. Next week, Reality. I think you, me, and Chris and Benny. I think that's the squad that we're gonna try to actually like clear the top end of Heaven on High and stuff.
Oh, we're gonna do it. Nice, awesome.
Yeah, Benny said he could start next week.
Where do I go to get the relic or the scaled powder?
You go to Idleshire.
So I forget. Read by like a level 50 or 60 set.
So did Palace of the Dead only have 100 floors, or did it have 200?
200. 200.
So both
200,
of them
100, 0. That's the pattern.
Luma,
100 floors.
Luna, you've been trying to say something. What's up?
I'm trying to figure out like what category it's under. I'm in the data center one.
If you're there, you can always just click on open recruiter name search. If from the all, if you press left, it's the far right button, and then you just search Brin, BRIN, and then you should see me as long as you're on Aether. And you say search, and right now I'm the only one that's up, the only Brin on the game right now. Oh no, I wouldn't delete that save, Chili. How far did we end up getting? Because you can have 2 slave slots. And who else ran with it, Chili? Because like if you were wanting to jump in, I'd be happy to keep pressing forward.
I'm down for Palace.
Because it has to be the exact group, and so that's the problem. Is you're
Yeah.
committing. Yeah. You can take as many months as you want for 200 floors, as long as it's the same people. And so if you're doing it in more than one night, that's where it becomes the rub.
That's where it becomes the rub. Oh, good.
Talking about Boja after I got my machinist up to 40. I needed to do 2 more of those deblubliums or whatever. That's what I like calling it. And
Yeah, I like it. I like that.
Yeah, so I can do my next step for Relic.
So do I have to get my rank up in Boja in order to continue?
No.
Okay.
A good thing.
There might be a requirement for the castrum for Delibrum Regene or whatever. Delibrum.
It is. Yeah,
so that will be a part of it.
Yeah, so I think you need to get to 15 and 25 respectively to be able to unlock both of them.
Okay.
But that really doesn't take super long. You know, you just keep doing the fates and the critical engagements, and you'll shoot right up there.
I'm rank 5 right.
What's on the menu for dinner tonight, Smudge? What you got cooking, or what you got coming your way? Yeah, the Tom Holland commercial. I wonder it's gonna be neat to see how what changes with this surge in the player base and the game's popularity. So hopefully a lot of things. Maybe we'll get Tom back.
25 by the way.
Oh, it's 10 and 25. Okay.
Yeah. 10 will unlock Castrum.
10 will get Castrum.
I just created Woborn.
10 will get Castrum. Delibrum is locked behind Castrum, so it's not a rank. Delibrum Savage is ranked is 15, but you don't have to do that. And then 25 is Dalreda, but Zadnor gives experience about 1 billion times faster than Bozja. So just as soon as you're 10 and have your Castrum clear, just get into Zadnor as fast as you can, because the amount of metal being given out in Zadnor is insane.
You Castrum and you Delibrum. I think you've got to do both.
Queuing.
I'm confused where I go from once I create my weapon. What do I go from here? Where do I get my next quest?
Geralt or whatever his name is right there should have a quest for you. And the list will keep getting bigger. So you should have a new quest in that list to talk to him, and he'll ask you, do you want to start another relic for another class, which would just go back to the poetic step, or do you want to pick up a class for this? You can have as many of those quests as you want, and actually if you want multiple relics, what's really nice about that is if you have a quest active and it has drops tied to it, say you're in Bozja, if you have 3 of the quests active, you can be finding drops for all 3, and say it wants you to find 10 of something, I don't remember how much it asks for, it doesn't stop dropping them just because you got the number you needed. So you can just sit on those steps and just gather it up until until you want to stop. So it makes it really easy for people that want to find multiple to just kind of go in there and grind mindlessly and then check on it when they duck out.
I would personally say for the first step, which is either do Bozier or Fates, to if you've got a blue.
Enjoy your Hawaiian barbecue, Smudge. That sounds incredible. Sounds incredible.
Is Blood and Thunder. I have Precious Reclamation, the Curial and the Colossus, and
Precious
Ruby
Recollection sounds like it to me.
While visiting the Enclave, one day you meet with Kozakura.
I have, for me, I have Want of a Memory.
That's it.
But
I see for Want of a Memory here, but it just wants me to create a another weapon is all.
Now,
That's from Zoltan.
all right, we got a question from chat, and I think this is an interesting community discussion. Chris and I talked about it in a video that will probably go up this weekend or maybe on Monday. We'll see. And what do you guys think about playing Final Fantasy XIV on this stream deck?
I'm excited.
That's gonna be awesome.
I'd say that's the only thing I thought of when I saw it, if I'm honest. It's like, Final Fantasy XIV.
That's interesting. I'm not a big handheld guy myself, but I could see why a lot of people would like it.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like it's as mobile as the Switch because it weighs 2 to 3 times as much. So it does feel like it's going to be more of that premiere experience. So I don't think it's going to be as much like, oh, let me just grab this. Like my wife is getting on a plane for work this week, and she asked me, she goes, hey, can I have we have 2 Switch cases and one has a battery in it. She goes, can I take the one with the battery in it? It's like, yeah, totally. And this seems like that's going to be a lot. I mean, at almost 2 pounds, it's a lot heavier.
Interesting.
It's cool if the device can do it, that's for sure.
My problem, Mike, I got a pre-order in on it, so mine's going to be coming, I guess, in December when it comes out. And
my question is this, Brian.
Okay.
Is it worth upgrading to the new one?
The new what?
Switch.
Probably not.
Just OLED. This is the Stream Deck.
We're talking about Stream Deck
thing entirely.
Oh,
this is a straight up competitor.
I did get the new OLED Switch for me though, namely because I wanted it. I'm not gonna lie, like it looks gorgeous. I don't think the Pro is a myth, and as much the Pro is a myth, and as much as like I wish it was a reality, it's going. The Pro is going to challenge gamers' understanding of the market shifts that are taking place under their feet. And so what you'll see is that people who are like saying that cloud gaming is ridiculous, I honestly think that what we'll see is that why make a piece of hardware rather than iterate on the current one that you've got and then your next big thing be the cloud. And yes,
just Nintendo. I'm still calling the Pro to be a thing eventually.
You think a upgraded Switch?
An Ethernet port, man. We are not talking about the future here.
I don't know, man. Like I still say like you team up with Google, Microsoft, or Amazon, and you just put your little Nintendo world right there where you just kind of stream those games, and you're perfectly positioned with the piece of hardware that can uniquely take advantage of that. Switch Play Stadia, man. You just hack it. Switch Play Stadia.
I'm not saying I don't root for that. I'm just saying. You remember how excited I was when I found out
Ethernet
that
port.
The new Switch would have an Ethernet port.
I'm not saying that Nintendo's gonna Nintendo. I'm not saying Nintendo's not gonna Nintendo the crap out of this, but like at the end of the day, like I would just iterate. I would just do small updates, to the Switch itself, until they're ready with whatever's next.
What I'm calling is a Switch OLED light next year.
Probably.
Switch Lite.
Yeah.
And then the year after that will be the Switch Pro.
Oh man,
It's either going to be the Switch Pro or the Switch 2.
I would say Switch 2. Switch 2 more like that's the thing. Is like when I talk about Switch Pro, I say it's a myth because it's Nintendo. Everybody's like, oh yeah, like PlayStation and Xbox did these mid-cycle upgrades where they got more power and did all this X, Y, and Z. It's like no. If anything, Nintendo would be like Switch 2 or new Nintendo Switch.
Like I said, but Nintendo's been like that before, Microsoft and Sony.
Yeah, very true. Oh yeah.
Yeah, the Game Boy Color, Game Boy Pocket, Game Boy Color Pocket. And then you had like the DS,
Hey, Randy.
the new DS, the 3DS, the 2DS, the 2DS Lite,
Oh, yeah.
new 3DS.
And yeah, the micro.
Yeah.
Nintendo's gonna Nintendo, and Nintendo's gonna get money, and then Nintendo fans are gonna complain about it, and then they're gonna buy the exact thing that they complain about, and then and then Nintendo's gonna be like, oh, you want whatever? Nah, we're just gonna do what we do that makes us money, because they know they're Nintendo. I would just think that the next big leap for Nintendo is to go. And here's the thing, and this is what always gets me, is that even though we oh god, their internet sucks, their network code sucks, but no matter what, they'll be the ones coming out and be like, we were pioneers because somebody thought of this in a closet. We never did anything with it, and we said it was a fad, but we were really pioneers. We really thought up cloud gaming in the 80s, and it's like, oh gosh, why do y'all have to try to claim ownership over everything?
I mean, to be fair, for me, it's always going to be Sega that was kind of the pioneer, because look at...
Yeah.
They even had internet...
Sega channel, baby.
Yeah,
DLC on the
you can
Genesis.
easily claim something over somebody that isn't here.
Yeah.
Like...
I mean, like, they had DLC back on the Sega Genesis, as you'd like to call it in America.
What was it?
What's it in Europe?
The Mega Drive.
Oh, I thought you were talking about DLC.
Yeah, we like to call
What do y'all call DLC across the pond, man?
We like to call them tiny bits.
Tiny bits.
Surprise content mechanics is what they call it over there.
Surprise content.
That was great, Chris.
Well done, sir.
All right, quest complete.
Tiny bits as opposed to big bits.
That's expansion passes.
Quest complete. That was great.
Yeah, discussions like that always make me laugh because, yeah, by that logic, I should be suing Uber right now, because back in my military days, I was charging drunk army buddies $20 to come pick them up from the bar, because I wasn't gonna do that for free at midnight.
Dude, that's smart, man.
You were cheap.
Yeah.
Hey, this is back before.
Yeah, they weren't funny.
This is back before like Uber was a thing, and yeah, since they're part of your own company, try and also not be ridiculous. I remember doing it one day. I was just like, yeah, it was like 11:30. I was just like, it's like, you know what, you want me to do this? Then $20.
But they're drunk. You could ask 50 and they give it to you.
And it wasn't $20 for all of them. It was $20 per person.
Oh yeah. There you go. There you go, man.
But it's funny. We all think about different things, and you think about it. We've probably all of us have come up with something. It's like, man, I thought about that already. Like, I know when I was a teen, I thought about snake flashlights right before they came out.
I want to jump in on the cloud gaming isn't just simply possible for a large portion of America. That is a problem of time, and so typically when I talk about cloud gaming, note that I'm talking in about a 5 to 7 year kind of window. And
what it takes as far as population to support something is a number of people that pay for the cost, not wide-scale geographic adoption.
Yeah.
There are a lot of things that are not available in rural parts of America that are possible.
That's the biggest issue.
And that's like there's solutions out there that are being tested right now with Starlink. And Starlink's in coming in and bringing in G5 that super low latency. And the thing that a lot of people are kind of memeing on Stadia with negative latency is when they're like, oh, what's that? It's like, that's actually the goal. My physical computer has latency, right? Cloud gaming has the potential here in a couple of years to have negative latency. And that I think is going to be really interesting. Now, I can play on an ultra wide. There's things that your physical hardware is going to do. And so I think gaming is going to get even better. But when we are all sitting down playing an MMORPG together, MMORPGs are primed to enter in. I don't think the golden era of MMOs has occurred yet. I think they are primed to take exclusive advantage.
People living in remote satellite data capped internet already aren't playing MMOs and watching things on Netflix because that's already a problem. So
I watched it this morning and I totally agree, Brian.
Yeah. So back to where this kind of kicked off with the Stream Deck. Stream Deck runs Linux. So the Extreme OS is Linux, which is actually a really good thing. So the more games that support Linux, the better. But Stadia is also Linux based. Windows 11 is somewhat having more of a kernel that represents and reflects Linux. So Linux is being.
If I'm rightly, PlayStation OS is also Linux based.
That's really good to know. I didn't know that. And so.
Also install Windows on the deck.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, that's like you can install Windows on the deck, that's going to be key. The other side of it is that for me, the deck, being that even without doing that, it runs xCloud, it runs Stadia. So you could literally honestly, I'm buying that device more for xCloud and Stadia than I am for my Steam library, because I don't think you're going to get the battery power, the battery length that you really want with a high-end game. I don't know how the heat's going to be on it, but when I play a cloud game, I don't have battery issues. I don't have heat problems. Oh my gosh, I was watching a video. Dear Lord, like my bicycle.
Laptop, Brian. The
Yeah.
battery in that thing is probably huge. It's 1.7 pounds.
That's not bad.
Monster.
That's gonna be better than my laptop, though.
So to put that in perspective, a Switch is 0.6 pounds.
Yeah. So it's twice the weight of the Switch.
Oh, 3 times.
Okay, that doesn't bother me really.
It's just under 3 times the weight of a Switch.
When
you're sitting there holding it, when it's not resting on your legs, when you're sitting there holding it for 30 minutes or an hour, like it's resting,
yeah,
that's something that starts to matter. So like heat is not the only concern there.
That's a good point. It's a good thing I got these guns.
It doesn't. Like it's the same with controllers. You know when a controller isn't a good fit. You know. You just
you know.
Yeah.
You know.
And so it's not something you can tell in a package. It's not something you can tell in a review or an announcement or a trailer. You just pick it up. So hopefully these things are something that like they have out on display, with one of those big anti-theft cords attached to it, and you can go get a feel for it.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to going hands on.
Like Brian that pre-orders it blind.
Yeah.
Use their money to test it.
Well, I'm like Brian. I pre-ordered it too, so.
Yeah, I got a Steam Deck, bro. I got a Steam Deck, bro.
That's like somebody that owns a boat. The best way to own a boat is
to have a friend who owns a boat. 100%.
Yeah, I heard that. Love it.
As a guy who grew up with a Game Gear, how does that weight compare?
I don't know how much was the Game Gear. I didn't have a Game Gear, but I had a friend who had the Sega Nomad. Remember the Sega Nomad? It was a Genesis in your hand, and that thing was beastly.
I had the Game Gear, but I wasn't the cool kid in school because I didn't have the TV adapter.
Kids are such jerks.
Hey, I had the Game Gear, and I had that big giant box that magnified the screen.
Oh yeah, we had that. Yeah, I don't know about America, but we had
Well, yeah, that thing was massive. Yeah.
I don't know about America, but we had an add-on for the Game Gear where it would pick up local TV.
Oh, cool.
Back in the day.
Anybody have braces that could actually pick up a radio station?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. It happened to me. I'm not joking. Like I literally was like, "There's music coming out of my mouth. What the hell's happening?"
Yeah, the Game Gear was awesome. A portable handheld that had a backlight, so
Yeah.
you could play it in the dark. That was.
I had a big thing that attached to my Game Boy that provided like extra speakers and like a light.
Oh yeah,
and
the
it had
light.
A different set of. It was 4 AA batteries for the original Game Boy and 4 AA batteries for the add-on, and they both burned out in like 6 hours. Like
yeah,
I had many a nights.
The era of the rechargeable batteries.
Oh yeah.
The printer for the Game Boy Color.
Oh yes, you can print out especially with the Pokemon compatibility.
Game Gear was expensive.
Yeah, Game Gear was ridiculously expensive.
We were Game Boys in my household.
I don't know.
Yeah, somebody was like, when's Stadia gonna not be a meme? And I said, when Final Fantasy XIV's on it. Like that's what I want so badly.
Best place to do Fates in Heavensward.
Oh my gosh.
Really, anywhere, honestly.
It depends on your level, but yeah, really anywhere.
But remember, it's split by zone.
Yeah, there's
Not
2
all the
zones
things-
per.
all the- Yeah, no, 2 zones per thing, and there's 3 items.
Yeah.
The higher the level, the higher the items. So.
You know what? I have the coolest web page for that whole thing. It'll probably make your life very easy.
Well, I'm doing Fates right now.
Well, this person put together a really detailed document with pictures and everything, going over the entire Relic process, and it's really nice. So give me 1 second.
All right, nice.
Half Morning is a very good website for that as well.
Yeah, otherwise the wiki link I put in there was pretty straightforward.
A lot of people in chat having original Game Boys, and I'm gonna butcher the name. We'll just say Sky or Skiff, and had the original brick Game Boy back when it started with Game Boys.
I had one.
Original Game Boy Metroid game. That game was long for a Game Boy game.
Pokemon.
Kirby.
I was in 6th grade when I first played
Final
Pokemon
Fantasy
Blue.
Tactics.
Ooh,
On Game Boy?
Yeah. It was Final Fantasy Tactics Advance.
Pokemon.
Oh, but that was the Game Boy Advance. Yeah. I was like, not on the OG Game Boy.
I have a bunch.
Oh
of
no,
Game
black and white
Yeah,
original
color.
gangster.
Oh yeah,
You talk about then that would be Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. That was on Game Boy.
No, Mystic Quest was SNES. They maybe they brought it to Advance at some point, but man, Mystic Quest, dude, I really liked it. You change a couple of settings, and I really enjoyed Mystic Quest.
Okay.
Wasn't that the person with the Thinking Detsu series?
Oh no, I'm thinking of Final Fantasy Adventure. That was it.
Yeah, Adventure, and then you had Legends, Final Fantasy Legends or whatever. Oh, you're gonna stick us all. You're gonna doom us all. All right.
Okay. See.
Not used to tanking raids. Sorry, figured I'd try.
Yeah, I posted it up in the FF General. I saw your wiki link you put up for the general one, but yeah, the one I put up that I found recently because I'm doing my first relic beyond the eye level 500 and all that stuff. And when I saw this, I was like, wow, someone put a lot of time into this little guide. This thing's nice.
Yeah, I need to take a look at that.
I'm rescuing. Can I get him? I got him. I got him. Saved him.
Is chill streams pretty common? We did one
Last week. Last Friday and the previous one. This is actually the third one in a row.
Well, that was
To where the point somebody was like for somebody who runs an FC, y'all aren't very active, and I go, I got Rock in charge, and and he's been putting on good events. You should come out, play. Yeah, I'm gonna have to find a New World community lead to help me run, help us with New World events. Oh, I put up a poll, guys, on the community page. If you haven't seen, we got the list of the server names, so y'all can vote for what server that you want us to be a part of.
One of them was in the lead when I picked by a large margin.
Oh, dude, Atlantis I think was in the lead by a large margin, and then followed by Olympus. I was like, these are great names. Thank you, guys. Thank you. It's not like bum F, whatever. It's like, no. All right, I can pronounce these names. What server are you on? I'm on. What? Yeah, I don't know.
I was thinking the same thing when I saw them. I'm like, I don't know how to pronounce that.
Yeah, I was like, I know I'm gonna butcher that name, but maybe that will be the comedy, because no matter what, people come into my will come in and be like, you misspoke this word. I go, hey, you must be new.
Mind you, the X one should be Xandu.
Xandu.
Yeah, actually like that. I think just our Z sound.
I liked it. I liked it back in the preview, Casey. I think that it is an immersive experience. My wife Julie played it with me, and she told me I'm buying her that game as well. Now the question is New World for you? And as a Final Fantasy story-driven narrative, I didn't get that feel from New World, but I did get a Final Fantasy XI feel in terms of there's a lot of really interesting things, and the game and the world. It's just. I honestly wouldn't be surprised come August if I'm just crafting and gathering, because
live on YouTube.
Yeah, and Chris is live on Twitch.
Which one of you says worked again?
I love chili. I love chili.
He's doing his relic grind in 14.
Yeah. I love
The
chili.
real thing is
I get to play a lot of 14 in a week.
Yeah. I don't. I do not. Yeah.
Yeah, you do, Chris.
Wait, Chris, you play Fantasy 14?
Now, recently, I was told that I had quit to play Guild Wars, and I was like, oh, I had no idea.
Yeah.
This is news to me.
Oh my god, you're finding a Guild Wars streamer.
Question, guys.
Do
I need, in order for each relic weapon, do I have to get all 60 memories?
Yes.
Yes.
For each one?
Yes. Well, 20 each. So 60 total, 20 each. I'm being asked an important question, Brian. What's your favorite color? And I love a dark forest green, like the fields of Ireland, but I look good in blue.
Well, then that bodes well for us for New World, because then the Marauders are the green guys.
I'm so torn. I want to go Syndicate, man. Syndicate's also royal purple.
Oh, I love purple.
That's the best color.
But they always the Syndicate guys are the guys who fight behind
Correct.
the scenes. No, we need to be the Marauders. We're up in your face and everything. Like, we kill everybody. That's our job. Like, we go on conquests.
Do you know if there's a sub for New World?
There is no sub. It is a buy to play.
Oh, thank you. Oh my.
But be warned, they plan to monetize in other ways. And right now that's just cosmetic, but like I've said to 100 people, they're like, and it's so funny because it's like, you have a Solo coming out. Yeah, they have Solo out and they're just selling cosmetics. Okay, that's fine. But then it's like, well, are they going to sell cosmetics for the next like 5 years? Like, because MMO is a game of change, right? So New World can come out and say whatever they're going to say is their plan, but really it's about building trust. So if they come out and say X, Y, and Z, and then in 5 years they change it and people get pissed, it's like, well, I mean, like at some point, like I know Amazon's going to want to at least be making money in one way. Well, in one way, like the what New World will also serve as a proof of concept to sell more server space for video games. Like at the end of the day, they're like, oh, you want to see what we built with AGS? Boom, you know, etc. So
Is it PC only?
yes.
Or?
Yeah, it's PC only. Right now, like Final Fantasy is probably going to be, in my opinion, probably one of the top spot MMOs, if not the top spot MMO, for a long time going forward, because it's the only MMO built for the ground up to support consoles. If WoW could do it, but it's going to take a lot of work, and honestly, I think they should at this point, because you could run WoW on a tablet. Well, at least, you know, it's like they could do some of these things.
And it's not like, see, previously I could understand why they didn't do it, because the difference between the console hardware and the PC hardware was
So different.
vastly different.
Right.
But now with consoles basically having PC parts built into them and having basically the same specs as the PCs.
Right. Well, and this
I feel
also
like the coding shouldn't be too much of a hard.
Well, this also takes me right back to the cloud, right? Like if you're going to play a game that's going to require online, and as the internet infrastructure improves, imagine being able to make an MMORPG in which there's really only one client, and then however you want to consume the game, that's up to you.
That would be cool, in my opinion.
Well, again, like if the Stream Deck doesn't natively run it, but imagine if they brought GeForce Now to it. If they brought, like there's so much potential value in accessibility. It's a lot about accessibility. I think is a big key factor of the future of gaming.
I'm thinking that's why Genshin got so big and stayed big.
And it was on cross-play, cross-save. The only weird thing is, and my video for it continues just to crush all the time, but with Genshin, it's like, oh, how can I do this on PlayStation? It's like, you can call Sony and you can tell them to stop being jerks about this and let you have your character, because they're the problem. And I've been waiting for the Switch version, and we still haven't seen the Switch version. But when the Switch version comes out, if it supports like my same character that I have on PC and mobile, whatever, like,
PlayStation.
but it's not your same character on PlayStation.
It is now.
When do they do that?
Well, I think it's well, it's either now or in a couple of days. The next update will include transfer between PC, PlayStation.
Oh, wow. Thank you. That's going to be huge. That's going to be
I don't
huge.
know if it's live yet, but I know that they've announced it, and it's going to be part of the new big expansion that's coming out.
Have they announced the Switch version? Because they said that Switch version was
No.
coming, but we're still waiting.
Yeah. At least that's the last I knew.
Thank you very much.
I mean, instead.
Yeah. But speaking of the end,
By the way, hey Cole, it's been a while.
What's up, Cole? How you doing, man? Monetize in other ways is not terrifying. Monetize in other ways literally means, do you trust me or do you not? We don't know if we can trust AGS yet or not. If Final Fantasy XIV came out and said, hey, we're going to monetize in other ways, we would be like, oh, that's cool. More money for...
Internet said it's going to be, they're going to distribute their main primary consumed mode for free, and the rest of it's going to be put into Game Pass. And everybody cheered. They're like, I love that they love the gamers. And I was like, well, it's going to have microtransactions. And they're like, no, it's not. They love us. They spent $1 billion pre-marketing. They were $500 million in before the delay. Yes, Microsoft is known for spending $1 billion on a project and then literally giving it away and never recouping their money.
Right.
That's how they got to like. Yes, it's going to have microtransactions.
Right. And microtransactions aren't the problem. It's a problem of trust when they abuse that trust. Because essentially people are like, oh yeah, like they'll call something out and then I go, Square Enix is literally selling a guitar. And that's awesome. And that's not a bad thing. And if I had the money, and if I had the money and I literally like was still playing my guitar, I just don't have time right now, I would buy that guitar. Because A, I love the game, and B, I think it's cool. Like, I trust that Square Enix is, doing good things. They've delivered on that. They lost the trust, they rebuilt the trust, and I have no problem financially. And because it's also optional, right? Now, if they said like you got to buy this guitar if you want to get to level 90, be like, whoa. What are you doing to me?
Honest, even with 1.0, they still had some trust from me, just because even though 1.0 was really bad, they knew it and they didn't charge sub for the first 6 months while they tried to work on it. Not a single sub charge was had for the
Square Enix did good, but they also replaced their leadership. They there's so many things that it's like, because I was sitting here. So somebody talking about embarrassing or horror stories. I started a podcast, Crystal Core, which Chris and I just kind of rebranded our Casually Hardcore because that never, the name always would get a red flag in YouTube. So it was always just kind of a pain. And it's like, oh, maybe one day they'll just figure it out. And it's like, you know what? I already have Crystal Core. Let's go ahead and just make it that thing. So E3 09, they announced Final Fantasy XIV. I literally go to a Guitar Center. I buy a mixer board, and me and my friends start podcasting Final Fantasy XIV. That's how all this really got started, for at least me in content creation. And we're excited about the game. Game comes out. Game is a colossal failure. All right, well, I already paid for 6 months of sub. I'm going to see what happens in 6 months. Maybe they can, kind of turn the ship around. And then they go free to play. So I literally, my legacy account was paid for because I had paid for my sub, in 6 months in advance, in 6 months blocks. But yeah, that was a dark time. It was like, whoa, what happened? And obviously it wasn't coming off of a high and a great love for Final Fantasy 13. There was more things that kind of was just like, well, what is going on here? And then Yoshi P comes in and he writes a letter. He writes a letter on January 1st. I'm in Arkansas visiting my sister and my brother-in-law. And I remember waking up and I remember oh, there's an update on this is his first written letter to the community, introducing himself, talking about what he plans to do. And I go, you know what? I'm going to see where this goes. And I was like, all right, I'm going to give Yoshi P, I'm going to give him a shot. And being a programmer developer myself, I was like, there's no one switch fix to this. This is going to be a multiple year project. Yeah, I'm willing to stick it out. So I did. And I'm so glad I did. And I said this in 2.0 and in 3.0. I wasn't so happy with 4.0, but I really like Shadowbringers now. Stormblood now that we've done the Bosha stuff. I felt like it was like...
I'm still worried about Endwalker.
I'm not because we need a bookend, So if nothing else, if it doesn't live up to what Shadowbringers did, at the end of the day, Party Finder's up. Oh, I'm going to change the recruitment so people don't think we're doing more.
Good game as a phrase below Shadowbringers.
Yeah.
like being worse than Shadowbringers doesn't mean a failure. There will be frustration, but it doesn't mean failure.
Yeah, will it end how people want it to end? Will, hey Ryan, you know, who knows? But
I'm just
go ahead.
worried that we'll have the same thing we had like with Stormblood. Stormblood on its own, not bad. Stormblood after Heaven's Ward.
Right, and that's where I was waiting on the Nier raid. Like, while the content was phenomenal, I kept going like, huh. And with Evilise, I was like, am I just kind of bummed by the story personally? Because I'm just coming off of the high of Evilise. And I just kept waiting to see, because like Alexander, I didn't like Alexander. Binding of Koi Bahamut, really enjoyed that. Going into Alexander, I was like, all right. And then the third tier of Alexander, I was like, yes, this is great. I get this. This is incredible. Not the content, but like the story and how it connected to the world. And that's where, like, yeah, Nier didn't nail it for me, but Eden was amazing for me. And so Evilise was incredible. Void Ark, not so much. So there is a concept of the TikTok, right? You know, you have one really good one, you have no one, maybe not so good. You have one really good one, maybe not so good. But honestly, I think if nothing else, the changes that Yoshi P has made to the development culture in Square Enix, if nothing else, like they're more free than ever to make make an incredible experience.
I can't wait to see what Yoshi P will be able to do with his own story.
Well, and that's the question. Are we going to see him do 17? Or are we going to see him, like, meaning, like, he's even talked about at some point the number 14 is not going to make sense. So I'm using that as an evolution to the game we're playing and not necessarily like a fresh start.
Well, even
right now, there's still... Sorry, Cal.
No, go ahead, Chili.
Saying, yeah, what Yoshi P himself, a lot of times he doesn't refer Final Fantasy 14 as 14, but he calls it the online game, and I think that's just code. That's what he wants it to be called. That, yeah. They'll have tons of story going with it, and it'll be the official online MMO, and maybe all the numbered games will, just be the single player stuff from then on.
Awesome. I got a party finder up for 1 second, Chili. I got a party finder up if anybody wants to join. I got 2 slots open. All right, Chili, show is yours.
What I was going to say is the fact that technically he's still under the shackles of 1.0.
Yeah.
Because all of the story right now was written in 1.0. Not exactly in detail, but the start, beginning, middle, and end has all been written already. So right now he's still like having to do what 1.0 forced him to do.
Yeah.
I mean, he can, do the. No, he said this multiple times.
Yeah, but some storytellers do better in that case. So you're using the word made him, but like some people, when they go into, like, I know Brian, you've done a lot of improv, so maybe you can speak to this. Some people don't operate in a void; they want a starting point, and so like the word made is actually where I think I drew.
Well, yeah, true. But I'm just saying the fact that at the end of 6.0, we will be able to see what he can actually do himself. Is what I'm sort of saying.
I think also 16. I think 16 is also going to be a really interesting showcase, because there have been some fundamental development issues within Square Enix. And to say that there hasn't been is to not like really kind of look at it. And so 14 failure and then turnaround, Yoshi P comes in and starts changing things literally within the company, within the culture. And 15, I don't think he had enough time. 15 was already, quote unquote, 10 years in development, already in development. But he had an impact on it to a degree. And I think essentially with 16 being the producer of 16, I think that's going to be a really good case study in terms of his leadership. And if he's really kind of, because it will become a template for their model going forward. Yeah, don't announce a game when you just thought about making it. Hey guys, we're thinking about making Final Fantasy 17. See you in 10 years. No. Tell us when it's ready.
That would suck.
Well,
that would suck if they did that. That would genuinely suck.
Yeah. Well, my biggest thing is...
So don't enter us for anything.
Okay. Well, just let me know when you're back.
I'm having a blast.
Okay, I'll be right back in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, if you guys aren't following over on Twitch, Chris is live doing some some Minecraft, we'd really love it if you guys hit that follow button over on Twitch. Thank you. Also, you guys helped us cross over 14,000 followers on Twitch. We really appreciate the support. And Work to Game just we're coming up on 68,000, so we're looking towards that 100,000 subscriber over there. And Ginger Prime, I'm getting some static just that way. Ginger Prime just crossed over 41,000 subscribers. So guys, thank you so much for that support. I really appreciate it. Hit that like button, subscribe, share, and clip this if you feel like it. Hey, what's going on, Ryan? Hold on, I'm gonna mute chat, guys. 1 second. You know, Ryan's in the house, man. Yeah. And Payne. What's up, Casey? I've never heard this song before, but thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate you coming on a Friday night. We're just doing some silly, goofy stuff. What's going on, Sandra? How's it going? I'm not a rapper, I'm not a singer, I'm just some ginger who likes to make videos. And now I'm waiting for just 2 more people who want to do the party finder. This is for you, Ryan. This is all because of you. Blame Ryan in the chat, y'all. And here we go. Yeah, baby. I'm not sorry.
Is going to be the one that is going to take that one.
Does Ginger Prime have any plan to do MOBA mousepad guides for the classes? I'm going to break your heart, Sat. I do not plan on doing MOBA mousepad guides. Well, I don't have plans on that, but like there is like in my mind, and it feels weird because it's like I do this for fun. I do not do this for financial gain. But like if somebody was like, Brian, we're gonna pay you your salary to do MOBA controller guides or MOBA mousepad guides, I'm like, all right. Like, honey, what are you doing today? Working on these guides, babe. My ears. That's what you get here at the late night chill stream. When I come in with a lot of energy, I don't know why. I guess the kids actually did go to sleep tonight, where some nights I feel like I'm just like trying to devise ways of getting kids with like unlimited energy to chill out for a little bit.
Give them some sugar, they'll crash.
Oh no, it's like crack cocaine, man.
Yeah, not before they beat the snot out of Brian before they crash.
I got bruises.
You're telling me you don't put a couple of drops of whiskey in their milk before they
I am confirming that for the public, for anybody listening. I do not give my kids booze.
It's not. How does this not work? So the fire.
All right, I'm queuing us.
I've had a few people admit to it, and I'm like, yeah, you probably shouldn't do that.
I'm not gonna judge another parent, but yeah, no.
Some melatonin helps my kiddo.
I'm gonna head off soon. It's 4:30 a.m.
Oh man, you empires, you.
Do you mind if I plug myself quickly?
Absolutely, dude. Plug yourself, please do.
Okay. I'm Chili from Moogle Go Around Radio. We an NSFW stream a lot of the time. Well, especially when my co-host is streaming. I love him, but yeah. You can check us out on twitch.tv/Moogle Go Around Radio. We just hit 760 followers. So
let's get down to 800, guys. Chili, drop the link. I don't know if it will let you in chat, but drop the link so I can plug that in here over on YouTube.
I've been trying to get started on Twitch or YouTube, one of the two.
I'd start with YouTube, and if you're gonna stream, do a multi-stream to both. Don't just put yourself into one thing.
Like, I don't have a computer that can do that, and I have no idea how to set that up. I've been trying to figure out how to set it up. So.
Before I go, it's built directly into Streamlabs OBS. You can do it quite easily from that.
It handles it for you.
I think don't you need like a laptop for that though? Like a laptop or computer?
You need a 1080 graphics card or greater, and then you should be able to have a decent stream as long as you have, somewhat competent internet. It doesn't have to be that powerful. But it's not necessarily about yes, hardware is an issue, but it's going to be about discoverability, and Twitch is not a discoverability platform. It's a Like you can get discovered on it, but you already have to be discovered on it, you know, in that regards.
Yeah.
And so the other side of it is that for Twitch, you absolutely need a schedule. There is no growth without like, okay, this is when I stream, and you got to treat it like that if you want to grow. Now, if you're just like, I'm just chilling, like, and that's where some people are like, oh, I'm just chilling. It's like, all right, I'm just trying to gauge like what your end game is. But if it's growth, you got to have a schedule. That's what you got to have. But I would recommend that from a discoverability perspective, do both YouTube and Twitch, because you're 100% discoverable when you're on YouTube. You're discoverable when you're live on Twitch. So unless you're going to be live all the time, there's, you know, you're going to obviously.
Work to game and all of Brian's channels. I'm
Yeah.
gonna go now.
Okay. See you, Chili.
I've been trying to figure out a decent schedule, and I'm slowly starting to figure it out. But at the same time, I'm like, I think I'm so stuck with YouTube that it's like, oh my god. But mind you, I'm streaming through a PS4.
You can stream through your PS4. That works. If nothing else, get footage and just like, you know, talk about the things that you're passionate about.
Because you can do like 15-minute clips.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to work on that. Because I've been trying to stream and it's like, it's been fun, but at the same time I want to actually be able to make money doing it. Because I don't want a regular... Now I know streaming can potentially become a 9-to-5 job. But like, but that's what I want it to be at some point. Not being stuck with like a job that I'm like, nope.
So I'm doing the content creation first. We did this for 4.5 years before I could take the leap, and
yeah,
a lot of what's allowed me to take the leap. It's very much like a meeting. Half of it is the incredible support from the community, and the other half is that my wife and I have worked very hard to like pay off debt and work down to where we can live very lightweight. So I assume
think of your content. Think of your content as that I'm making stuff for free, because if you're sitting here and you're trying to put a number on it, it just becomes stressful. And then like what you see is a lot of people like who have to play the numbers game, and I think that's one of the things that I feel that makes us unique is that we don't like, we're aware of the numbers, like we're like, you know, keenly aware, because it's like one of the things that we keep being told is like there isn't a like, oh, we're at 100, like, whoa, we got partner, oh, we're at 200, oh my god, we're at 300, oh, we're at 500, oh, you know, it's like, it's always like, okay, what's your next level, what's the next thing you're gonna hit? So there's always the grind in terms of the content creation. But like if you obsess about the numbers, man, I could not. I worry for like a lot of people's health, because I see tweets from, you know, I get whether they're struggling content creators or even the big guys who are just like, what happened? Like all of a sudden, like my community left, and it's like, well, I mean, you switched up games and you changed your schedule, and like you were streaming at night, and now you went full time, and so you're streaming during the day, and nobody was watching you during the day. You know, it's like, so there's logistics.
So do I put the kiln above this? So that's how I started. So I started with the kiln above this because that's a fire.
And
I have insert.
Yeah. 1 second, guys. I'll be right back.
This is where I feel stuck. Everything up to this point has made sense immediately.
Right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Got a 10 minutes, so in 10 minutes I need to go help Julie again. So we'll be good.
Welcome front.
You know what? I hate it when I forget to put Fist of Fire on Monk.
Like no.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Sorry, what did you say, Luna?
Sorry.
I was waiting a minute. Because I didn't want to wind up dying again.
Why is party chat so quiet? I can turn them up.
All right.
But it's also individuals. I think Luna is just a little bit more quieter.
Wow, I just failed this duty. I'm a failed player.
Hey, I went down before you, so I think I'm worse.
I'm picking very easy so I can get past it.
You guys are making me cry.
Okay, so that was just like, oh, got it. So now I have the ability to, I don't know if that fire is eventually going to go out.
Did everybody die in our alliance?
Oh man, yeah, like just working on getting.
It's just been me solo healing for a little bit, and
Yeah.
it's been entertaining.
I'm staying alive.
I had to have my wife. Like that was like wife trumps all. So.
Is that gonna go out? It doesn't look like it's going out.
Never mess with the wife aggro.
Right.
Yeah. So in 7 minutes, I'm gonna have to pop back downstairs and help something. So then I'll be back.
For the data center visiting, did they give more details on what
Nope.
exactly the restrictions are?
Right now, region only. So to start.
Region only. Everything they have stated so far makes it sound like it will have the exact same restrictions as World Visit, but they haven't given details. And when the 558 slide, there it went. The 558 slide was revealed. It did not include data center visit on it, which based on the Steam leak was the assumed time and the fact that in 458 that's when we got World Visit. So
Thanks, Captain.
something different than last time.
Okay. Because I was thinking, I wonder if you can buy things from other worlds. It'd be kind of, data centers. It'd be kind of funny.
You should be able to.
That is the case. Yoshi has stated that he wants Marketplace to be as open as possible.
Makes
sense. But technical limitations are what's driving it. It's not what he wants, it's what's possible.
Yep.
Yeah. I think this time it's the PS4 who's holding the PS5 back.
I don't think the PS4 is holding anything back yet.
Might be just
the PS3 wasn't what held it back. The PS3 didn't get dropped until it was time to upgrade PC specs. So the PC has been looser than the console. That's the reason we have a benchmark on.
Hopefully, I can get a PS5 next year. I'm hoping.
Yeah, I hear they're starting to roll out a little bit more. I hear that they're starting to roll out a little bit more.
The silicon issue.
A friend of mine actually got their PS5, so hopefully at some point soon, whether this year or next year, around my birthday, hopefully I can get. Fingers crossed.
Good luck. I hope you. What were you gonna say, PJ? Peanut butter?
No, it was dry, but
sorry.
You're good. You're good. No, the silicon issue seems to be lightening up just a slight bit. I'm seeing more graphics cards, Xboxes, PlayStation 5 starting to roll out.
Mm-hmm.
So they're getting readily more available. So I would say, early mid next year, everything should be somewhat available. That's just an assumption.
Assuming nothing else goes crazy.
It'd be good because I really need a new video card.
I want a 3080, please.
I was lucky and got one off of the Newegg Shuffle.
I got I got my graphic card's 3080. I ordered my PC in January, and I don't think I got it until like June. It's like, oh god.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Didn't it come in broken? Or
It came in March and had like issues with the BIOS and the memory or something like that. So that and then they had to fix it. So I was like, all right. So then it came back in June. I was like, yes. So
Nice.
I'm playing on it now. Like there's still a couple random things that I like. Sometimes it like wants to forget my settings, and it's like, oh, you're. I think I have a couple. I think I have some software that's conflicting with some other software because it's like, okay, like we're like IQ's managing this, and then all of a sudden it's like, well, no, nothing's responding anymore to this. So it is what it is. I got support for it, so I'm gonna. I just need to find a block of time where I can just call and be like, yo, help me make sure this thing. If I can't figure it out, I'm just gonna just reformat the whole thing and start over with a fresh install of Windows, and not all, because I don't know what the problem is. So, but it, like, outside of that, like when it works great. When it doesn't, it really pisses me off. It's like, alrighty.
I got a 1080 Ti. It does 14 with 4K. Not too much problem. I get 50 FPS, but I still would like 3080 for newer stuff.
Yeah. I've got it locked at like, right now it's saying 50. I'm in windowed. I got a lot of stuff going on. What do I have it frame capped?
I don't think market board. I think the market board is benefited by World Visit. There are definitely going to be winners and losers in the transition, because there's going to be servers that things become more valuable, and there's going to be servers that things become less value. So your stock is going to kind of get an adjustment to the new price. But with World Visit, it didn't actually balance the servers, the data centers perfectly. You already have the ability to jump around your data center, and there are still wildly different prices present on your data center.
Yeah.
And so, like, it didn't balance it as much as I would have thought. There's still a lot of arbitrage possible. I would say that it's not true arbitrage, because you can't list on that server unless you're willing to go create alts in a bunch of worlds so that you have retainers. But still, there's still a process there by which it can be balanced. I think that the person who benefits the most from it being a global auction house is the end consumer with reliable prices. Because the people who have the ability to take advantage of arbitrage, like the ability to take something and act as a middleman and make money from moving things around, they're making money off of market efficiency. So they're not making money by providing value. They're not generating items. They're literally making money just off of basically ineptitude of the system itself. That's not a good thing for the end consumer. That's something that exists in the world because something is broken. There used to be a thing called tidy stacking in WoW that was the same thing, and the new market board change in 8.3 got rid of that, and tidy stackers everywhere that had been making money for 10 years that way were pissed. It's like, but your value was fixing a broken system. All they did was fix the system. They didn't say you couldn't do anything. They just said, like, hey, we just fixed the problem, so we don't need you anymore.
It's kind of like on my world, I don't even remember, maybe 3 years ago or something, I had a friend that would specifically buy out the entire market of whatever it was and resell things at the price they wanted.
Yeah, exactly.
And so they had control over it, which was a bad thing. So
I think a part of that is that, like, if we had better market tools, like in terms of buy orders, like I look at Guild Wars 2 market more, and I'm like, this is great. This is what I want in 14. I want the ability to sit back and say, oh, okay, I can sell it now, or because right now it's like vendor it. Like people put so much stuff up for vendor price. It's like, come on. Like people will pay more. Like, you know, there is a market there, but the game self-sabotages its market. Now, bling back, Fruffly Dogs. I'm about to, like, after this, I'm about to actually be right back and go help Julie out for a second, but it says chance of SC throwing support for the new Steam handheld before Xbox. I don't know if I would think probably in terms of equal talk, because the OGP talks about just the sheer amount of work they got to do for platform support. So Steam OS is a Linux-based system. If it makes sense for them to do that because it also makes sense that they want to bring it to Stadia, because Stadia is a Linux-based program. So I would think that if they are going to support Linux, and they're just going to look at the cost. But I would venture to bet that that announcement comes with more than just Xbox. Like, hey, here's the new platforms we're coming to. But that I don't see that happening before Endwalker. I think they have so many things they got to solve before then. I'm getting some audio artifacts from some microphone, Captain.
Oh, sorry.
So the goal here is to keep fire out of my house.
For the New World I guess, world that you're thinking of. I thought when you saw it was East Coast, I was like, oh, that makes sense. So that way, people in Europe can have, if they wanted to, could try to play on the server and not have the worst ping if you did West Coast.
Yeah, I was like, and I'm closer to East Coast. Usually when I do server hosting, if I can't do Central, I do East.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, yeah, East Coast. Plus the server names look
I'm
cool.
actually on East Coast.
Oh, perfect.
So.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So no hat with robe. I have a robe, and every time I click the hat, it takes the robe off. So.
Yeah, so some pieces of some armor that if it have a hood, yeah, it's a cowl. So it's like it's kind of hat and a body. So
you don't
Yeah,
find those later.
it seemed like the body has more stats on it anyway. So.
but you don't find that at a high level.
Find the cowl again. So
Okay.
That's an artifact of 1.0.
That's an old system.
Yeah, 1.0 had armors like gear perks and things like that. So it's like that robe could have easily been something that you used for years, but yeah, 1.0 is no more.
Okay. That's kind of. I mean, that's what I kind of figured, but I figured throw it out there.
Come on, guys. Why are they messing with the dark circle? Let's go.
Oh.
My fire's burning them up anyway.
Yeah, come on, like.
Whoa.
I don't know if were we getting trolled because it's like the guy was selecting that.
in years.
Remember to click circles, not stand on them. All right, one second, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go help Julie.
Yeah, I haven't seen that wipe in a long time. I haven't.
Yeah, same. It's been.
All right, I'll be right back.
Yep.
There's a couple people
I think
still
I'm off
crying.
bed here, guys.
It's a 2%.
Not everybody.
Get somebody up.
It's a 2%. Come on.
Don't forget,
Oh, we need to get some people up.
If you want something urgent, that is carbs.
This is not Babies R Us. So.
Oh, this is gonna hurt. And they got a Sam, so maybe.
Yeah, but the Sam wasn't doing the DPS.
True.
I was doing the DPS.
All right, I'm a tank. Fine.
Come on, they got this. They're down to 1%. Come on.
Come on.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh no, somebody's yeah.
No, yeah.
Oh, I hate that. Yeah, that's a lot of circles for him to get too.
Yep.
Yep, this is gonna be like.
Oh.
No.
Yep. Wipe.
I am the only one
What are you guys
here.
doing? World of Darkness? Like World of Darkness still causes a
To
ton
be
of
you.
Yeah, it's sort of the you
The
get
suicide.
people that just never have to learn the mechanics because some people just know.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I've done this alliance bit,
same.
so.
I got it the other day in Alliance Roulette, and because I finally decided to level a tank after like 6 years. Well, I decided I want access to the mentor roulette, so if I don't know what to do, I have something to do.
Gotcha.
Honestly, I want access to the mentor roulette because I want that Atropos mount. It's like that giant 2-seater Pegasus. That's supposed to be the only reason why I'd want it.
From what I understand, since you have to do 2,000 queues that you complete, very, very, very few people have it, despite the fact of how long ago the system came out.
Yeah, it's weird. I've been a mentor for like 3 years now, and
the one thing
only like in the last month did I actually get mentor roulette to open up.
You have to do like everything. You have to do. It's such a huge list.
Yeah, it's everything up to the current expansion.
It seems like they, I think they broke it up. From what I don't remember where I read it.
Went back and changed this expansion a little bit. They kind of chunked it out a little bit differently, and then they gave it like a 1-year transition period where they said if you already have mentor, you get to keep it, even though you don't have this done. If you don't, this is what you earn it by. And then at a later patch during Shadowbringers, they said, okay, you had your warning, we're going to strip mentor off if you didn't get your stuff done in time. So like they did go back and kind of clean up the requirements a little bit. That was
Did they,
early in 5.0.
do you know like what some of the requirements were? Because I remember.
It's one of those things I would have to go watch my own video covering it.
The requirements for getting mentor is you have to have a top level of each role type, i.e. 1 tank, 1 DPS, 1 heals, 1 magic DPS.
Hence me leveling a tank.
Or you
There
can
we go.
actually get it via having a crafter at max.
I thought it was
Plus so many.
Sorry, just been running around like crazy. Microsoft removed that requirement. Just FYI.
Yeah, I just need to refresh my memory on how to get it.
They may have separated it into crafting mentor and battle mentor. Are those two separate things now?
Yeah.
Yes, they are.
Because they didn't used to be. It used to just be one big mentor system.
I don't want the crown. I just want the roulette.
Yeah, the roulette you have to have booked ground
Yeah.
and have cleared all EX content
Oh, yeah, those were for
short
games.
of Shadowbringers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
It's a journey.
Oh,
I mean,
I
like,
gotta
if you're
put
starting now,
Storm
like, if
Blast.
you're just like, hey, I think I want to do this, I'm a new player. Okay, well, strap in.
Buckle up, baby.
Yeah. I was thinking about trying to get it because I really want that mount.
Yeah.
And that mount is the one thing that I've been trying to get, and it's like every time I even think about trying to get it, it's like, oh my, a lot.
The,
That's a lot.
And regarding Microsoft and Xbox Live Gold, etc., like they also removed that requirement for Final Fantasy XI. So like that was an historic thing that had already occurred. They even said that subscription-based games back in the day, and there haven't been subscription-based games on the platform, wouldn't require gold. So it's like that's typically thrown out, but that's, you know, if nothing else, that's like 2014 information. But nowadays it's free-to-play games. Subscription-based games don't require Xbox Live Gold, and honestly, I hope and I would love for them to get rid of it.
Oh yeah, I know it. Oh man, no. Basically, like the last 3 or trials, I think in Stormblood, I just didn't ever bother doing. So I'm like, oh.
Yeah, I was like, I did them like once or twice, and then I was like, all right, I'm good.
Well, I was upset about the machinist changes after Stormblood released that I had quit.
Oh, you didn't like the Stormblood changes? Sorry, I was like the Shadowbringer
Yeah,
changes I adored.
Yeah, they're good now. But in Stormblood, I liked the release, and then they changed it from the release to something I didn't like, and I just was big upset. So I was like, fuck it.
So you got it to work on Lutris? What's Lutris? I haven't heard of that one. So there we're talking. There's chat still talking about the Steam Deck. So it's like, yeah. Honestly, I'm excited. I got my pre-order in for it. I'm looking forward to, you know, going hands-on with it, and hopefully I'm happy with the purchase. And happy or not, I'll let you guys know. So.
Feels like start? No, Phineas. This is my 3rd village. We have covered an amount of distance where I am terrified to die. So right now, because I will go back to my spawn and I won't know how to get here. So I'll have to start over. So what I'm trying to do is get a sleeping bag so that this will give me
No.
a bed.
No.
So I've got to find some thatch.
No.
Dried thatch. I don't know where that comes from. Dry thatching. Doesn't tell me.
So you can run.
Oh, good.
I think you guys covered this, but you guys you can run Final Fantasy on Linux. You
Yeah,
just
that's
have to use the
It's the Lutris is what which is what Fernando's saying.
Did you buy the beefy version of the Steam handheld, or are you buying the lower price one?
The beefy.
No,
I'm getting the beefer. The big beef.
I got the middle one.
My wrist will bother me if I try and use handheld, so I don't tend to.
Can write down my coordinates? How do I see my coordinates? They have map turned off. Where do I see my coordinates?
They both tanks have.
So map, if I push to my map key, I have to unlock mapping. Oh,
Nice.
F3. Thank you. Okay.
Oh, okay.
That's exciting. That's exciting. So if I'm able to play some 14 on that device, I think I'm going to be thrilled.
14 on the go, man. That's all. I mean, that'd be a blast.
That's why I've been wanting to come to Stadia and GeForce Now. I mean, for me, it just saves me all kinds of time, and to be able to kick back downstairs and pull it up, I think that's gonna be great. I don't know how it's gonna feel with dungeons. Could literally be my crafting and gathering. Just to go do a little fishing. But we'll see.
Imagine it doesn't play well.
That is a bear.
You get one of them in the dungeon.
Sorry, what was that?
What I was thinking. Go ahead.
I missed that, Proxy. Can you repeat?
Oh, imagine if it doesn't feel good to play, and then you start seeing a lot of people using it in dungeons.
Oh. It's oh man, sorry guys, I'm the Steam Deck. My hands hurt. I did a dungeon once on a Vita, and that was pretty brutal.
I forgot it came out for the Vita.
Well, it was you'd stream it from the PlayStation.
Right.
And so it was it was great. It was fantastic for everything you needed to do except for dungeons. And that's because also it didn't have the trigger. There was buttons missing, so you had to map certain buttons, and that was just also kind of it just was uncomfortable. But the form factor of the Stream Deck feels very Switch, and I've always been hell yeah, I don't plan on putting if I was gonna play more than an hour, I would go to my computer, and have a premiere experience. But if it was just you know what, we're watching Bluey downstairs. I've seen this episode before. You know what? I'm gonna hang out with the kids, and and it might also be a good way for me to introduce Maddie to the game. More than hey, let's go sit at this big computer with this big controller. Yeah, it might be heavy for her, but that's why I was man, that's why I want this game on Stadia, because it's that would be my dream, because it just means that I have Final Fantasy everywhere.
Eat that bear. That was so good. So I need to venture out and find.
Oh, okay. I forgot what the face does.
Blue eyes means he's telling the truth, and red eyes means he's lying. So you do either, if it's blue, you do what he tells you to do. If it's red, you do the opposite.
Gotcha.
But I used a mask because it was a white mask and a black mask, I think.
Flint work blade.
Just because my brain doesn't process the eyes when that.
I never looked at the face. I was always just looking for the eyes.
That's good though, if you think about it in a different way, that it was two versions to really try and tell you, hey. Well, sometimes I remember when it first came out, I was I would not notice it show the prompt, and I would be which one do I do?
Right.
Good. I get to be lazy. I've had
my music stop?
Several alliance raids where none of the tanks want to tank, and I'm because I don't want to tank. I'm not here to tank. I'm here to do DPS.
Right.
Someone's Pokeballing.
Pokeball.
Yeah. That just means that their internet's about to go kaput.
Yep.
Yeah.
Alright. So now I need to find. I can get an ink sac, I'm not worried about that. The brown dye powder's gonna be a problem.
Yep. Someone did Pokeball.
Tail. Down.
The goal
Case,
is
we
to
got red.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I might be talking to you this holiday season, Fernando. I'll be like, yo. let me test this out.
So this is the next journey. Ladder.
Really funny since I got Voidar.
Got enough leather. I need brown dye specifically.
I have no idea how the mechanics work.
Yep.
Oh, poor luck.
I do miss the days when the 24-mans were difficult.
I would still love to see them kind of build in a savage version of the 24-man.
Yeah.
Honestly, I would too, because like
I don't know what the
especially
reward
older
would be.
ones, because it feels like with the older ones, they've kind of just gone meh, gotten way too easy.
Brain mush. We're scaled too high, so I'm hopeful that the stat squish will make them a little bit more difficult, but doubtful.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, they're just
darn.
doing what, like
Oh, God,
Unreal
darn.
24-mans would be kind of cool, like level 90 version.
That'd be fun.
I wonder how big of a boost they're going to give us for lower end content since we're at a level 90.
There's gonna be some boost that comes in for some of the content, but honestly, I remember when Shadowbringers dropped, I was like, all the old content just melted like butter. I was like, oh my gosh, like.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's gonna be interesting to see how that changes with Endwalker comes out.
Yeah.
Nice.
There we go. Just one more of these bad boys.
I'm gonna have to drop. It was nice nice playing with you guys.
Thanks for coming by, man. Thanks for hanging out.
Oh yeah, not a problem. I've been I've been following you guys for a couple months now, but it's awesome to actually get to play with you guys. It just transferred over to the data center, so.
Awesome, dude. Well, thanks, man, for coming and hanging out. Sorry, like maybe our like community game nights haven't been as consistent, but as Izzy is sleeping at night, like I should. Honestly, the way I look at it is like, you know, outside of if there's a family event, like Friday night kind of is a really nice chill night because, you know, like I don't have to work tomorrow. Well, I have to work tomorrow, but I don't have to like work at 5 in the morning. So.
Gotcha. Well, maybe next week we can try to get some Blue Mage stuff because I gotta run through a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah, I'm on my Blue Mage. That's one of my other summertime goals, and summer's quickly coming to a conclusion. So, dude, Draven, thank you. Thanks for coming by, man, and thanks for following, dude. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for allowing me to play with you, Brian. It was awesome, and Chris, you're doing an awesome job over on Twitch as well. I really appreciate you guys' content.
Thank you.
So,
He's
have
like,
a good night. I'll talk to you later.
Good night, dude. Good night.
Be
I
safe.
nearly died of zombies.
He was like, thanks for the compliment. Oh my god, I'm dying to zombies over here.
There's some chaos over here. Earlier I was fighting a bear.
All right, Party Finder is up one more time.
Oh, Chris, I had something that made me laugh this morning. I was watching one of Quasi's latest videos, and he legitimately didn't realize that guy was Urianger. And I was like, how?
Oh yeah. Let's be careful of spoilers, but yeah, I remember that, man.
Oh.
Like, I'm on this character and another character. I'm like totally done with story.
Oh,
So,
do we have people still not
like
caught up in here? Or, well, I guess you're also streaming, so there's that.
There's just a lot of new people.
People picking on my husbando again.
What's with all the creepers?
Chris
Creeper
is
spawn rate seems really high.
Chris is fighting for his life over there on twitch.tv/worktogame.
Yeah, I've been following y'all Twitch for quite a while.
Thanks,
Just haven't
Luna.
really had the chance to watch it, so.
Well, thank you very much for the follow, and like lurkers and all that. We're welcome. We love to have it.
I like y'all. I do like y'all's content. That's why I try to remember to like pop in and talk to y'all every now and then, and like play with y'all because I like y'all's content, and y'all are on the same DC as me, which is awesome.
Yeah.
You know?
And Luna, like if you're ever like looking to kind of jump in and actually get started like on that, obviously like if you need help, let me know. We will, you know, it's a little bit more complex to like do that live because it's like I'm honestly this is more me time. The fact that you guys are all hanging out is honestly the best because because I haven't had the ability to do this. I've been working like so many hours recently, and it's like I started looking, I was like, I'm not actually ever announcing. So am I gonna have a stream next Friday night? I don't know. It's all depending on if kids go to sleep and if I want to, and if I feel like it. Yeah. And then because it's like
The extension of the first 2 weeks of August.
with that exception, because I'm going to be taking over for Chris over on Twitch for from like the 8 to noon block. I can't do this man 6 hours. That's a skill. I don't have a muscle worked out enough on that one.
Twitch, people are talking about like 12, 16, 24. I'm pulling 6. Brian's like, what a hero.
What a hero.
What a hero.
What a legend.
Oh my god. What marathons. 2 Lord of the Rings movies. Unreal.
Not even the finished one.
Work and do his stream too?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Oh man.
That's what I'm doing, dude. So I'm gonna so if y'all don't know, what does it take to make content? Well, I usually get up around 5 in the morning, and that's when my day starts, and my day usually ends around 10 or 11. And so it's like I get up and I work on this stuff. So like the same kind of thing. I'm gonna get up, I'm gonna go work, I'm gonna do my code stuff, I'm gonna make sure my clients are ready to rock and roll, and I'm gonna say I'm in a meeting from 8 to noon. and then at noon o'clock I will be checking messages, and I will be getting back to you guys.
Nice.
Hey, I don't get for 5:30.
Hold on, I could not hear anybody. I heard Rock start. Rock, what were you saying?
Yeah, before I forget it, could I give a shout out for my channel?
Absolutely, Rock's Couch.
Yeah, people should come over to Rock's Couch and view some of my videos. I've just started a new series on for new players. I've just done levels 1 through 15. I started a brand new character to do this.
Absolutely, guys. And if you're a part of the Discord, Rock, you posted. I saw you post your was that your video you posted, right, in the stream promo?
Yep.
You can post that into the 14 guide section if it's a guide.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm uncomfortable with my channel. I'm uncomfortable with talking on stream with my streams. I don't know what it is about y'all streams, but I guess because it's more people and it's not just me, and it might sound crazy if I'm
I like streaming when I'm hanging out with y'all in voice, or with Chris, but that's one of the things that I'm just like, yeah, Chris is like, 6 hours. Like, the thing, Chris has got a lot of skill. Like he is good at just even if there was nobody in the room. Like, I mean, it's nice that nobody, there's lots of people in the room, but it's like, man, he can just talk. And so he just goes and goes and goes. And I'm like, typically I was always kind of like, I find him more entertaining as a streamer than I think of myself in that context. So I'm like, yeah, I like video editing more. So I don't know if anybody's seen Chris's latest videos, but I started to add a little bit of spice, a little bit of flair to the look and feel of them. So hopefully you guys have been enjoying that little extra touch.
I think one of the things that I need to work on for my channel is a logo and a banner.
I would honestly not even worry about that at all. Yeah. And if and please do not let me say anything that discourages you from doing what you want. I would say the first thing is just get into a habit of hitting publish, because even outside of live content, if you say you're just not comfortable talking on stream, that's perfectly fine. I would then say go ahead and focus in on making little videos about what you like about the game or your glamour or anything, honestly. And even if you feel so and so already does that, who cares? You can't own an idea. People say, hey Brian, is it okay if I make controller guides? I'd say absolutely make controller guides, please. And honestly, if they're better, I point people to you. I don't feel that YouTube is competitive. I feel it's collaborative, because your videos have a chance to recommend my videos. And it's if you want to talk about something, talk about something. There's gonna be some jerk that's in the comments and be like, I think so and so already made this video, haha. And it's all right, well, I made one too. Like, favorite, subscribe, and share.
Yeah, with the amount of subs I have, I've got 63.
That's great.
Yeah, I'm slowly getting up there, but it's
the first 100 felt pretty hard, right, Chris?
Yes. And then at one point, I don't know, Brian just started hitting publish every 40 minutes. And so I was like, okay, so we just gotta go.
Just gotta go. Now, Smudge, you were about to say something?
Well, I was just about to say to Rock that I really actually appreciated his take on DPS meters that he published a little bit ago on Rock's Couch.
Oh, thanks for watching this video.
That was just my rambling.
It's still
it was rambling, but
it's
it had a
honest.
lot of truth to it. So
It's authentic. It's just be yourself.
This is something I've been thinking about for a long time and decided I was going to make a video.
I'm proud of you for
There
me.
isn't any in this game, right?
There is, but they're
I
not.
thought there wasn't.
There is, but they're not officially supported.
Okay, there was one they were talking about. I think it was Zeppelin and Asmongold were talking about that earlier.
Oh man, I'm talking and I've missed.
Probably. Yeah, so the most commonly used one is called Advanced Combat Tracker.
Yeah, that's it.
Yep. It gets referenced quite a bit. It's used in a ton of kind of knowing how you're doing. It's used in a ton of like ultimate progression, savage progression to kind of see if your improvement's really like working and get a feel for what's, and then through a website called FF Logs, which is owned and run by the same people that run Warcraft Logs. It doesn't have the same access to information because there's no API. So that's a limitation of the game, not their development. You can go and upload your logs to see how you compare to other players. One of the limitations, for example, is you can't separate by item level because it can't know your item level because there's no API to tell you. So you'd be inspecting your armory, but your armory, literally, you might not even be reflecting on the right class. So it's not helpful. And you can then take that parse, the FF log step, you could literally skip that, except for the fact that it gives you, it stores that parse in a readable format. And you can take the link to that page. I know I'm going through steps really fast, but there's a ton of guides. The one that helped me was Desparius's, but there are many. I know Brian put out one fairly recently. It was just I'd already made the move.
Well, it was a part in how to install it, but more or less it was about using analytics and how you can use that to basically master any job in the game. So it's like,
and the website is called XIV Analysis.
Oh, it's so good.
You
It's
put that
so
parse
good.
in there, and it tells you like, hey, your dot could have been used. Your dot could have been up 100% of the time, and it was only up 40% of the time. And you're like,
Oh. And
that
what's
means, and
yeah.
like on the dummy, you might keep your dot up all the time, but when you get under pressure, you don't play the same way, and so that tells you, okay, that's something I need to be
And work
consciously
on. I need
focused
to be, yeah, and work on one thing at a time on your improving. That way you can say, oh, I got it figured out, and then you go from there. But on that note too about analytics, what I really like about that is that where like the DPS does track everybody's damage, the analytics, I really zone in on me because that's all I can control. I can't control anybody else. I can't make anybody else do anything that they don't want to do or not ready to do or don't have the skill. And that's where a lot of frustration comes in. They're like, only if you would listen to me. It's like, man, that guy does not have kids.
Yeah.
he has the illusion of control. And so it's like the analytics allows me to focus in on the only thing that I can control in this game is me. And if I'm playing my best, then I'm just going to leave it on the field. We wiped. Okay. Like, cool.
I mean, if you clear, you clear.
You clear, you clear.
I didn't know about
Yeah, well, that's what they were saying. They were talking about.
Using FF logs to
Hold on, Luna, hold on. You talked over somebody. Sorry.
Whoopsie. Sorry.
Oh,
You're good.
I was just gonna say that I didn't even know you could actually have something to analyze what you were missing. Because I have the combat tracker because I like to see how I'm doing compared to others and myself anyway. So that's interesting because there would be times where I know that if the dot falls off, you actually lose quite a bit of damage just because of the server ticks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's XIV Analytics, and so you can just go and Google that. I have a video kind of going over it if you're interested, but no need to watch or worry about that. And now, Luna, what were you saying? Sorry.
My FC, we've been trying to clear Diamond Weapon EX.
Nice.
For the past, I think, almost a month now. Might be a little over a month. And we've been using both of those, and they've been super helpful. So, yeah, it's been helpful. Like, I'm still, but mind you, like, I'm having to switch between Dancer and Red Mage. So, like...
What do you like more,
The only
Dancer or
downside
Mid?
is you can't use it on PlayStation or Mac, and so what you have to do on PlayStation or Mac is you have to play with somebody on PC who will run it for you and upload for you.
Yeah, we've got FC members who are in the raid group that play on PC. So
That's perfect. That's perfect.
Yeah.
Well, it's one of the things that, like, it's cool to have, So when I was like playing WoW with Chris, it's like, oh yeah, go install this. Okay, yeah, go install this, and there's this tool for it. Boom, boom, boom. And then at the same time, like Asmund kind of like pointed out something I didn't even think about. It's like, yeah, when I go to any, when at PlayStation, PC, like I don't have to go in and install, do all this extra work just to get the environment that I most prefer. So there's pros and cons to both systems, right? There's no perfect like, okay, here it is, but I do appreciate the amount of work that and tools they do give us. I just wish we had I wish they allowed for more community run stuff, so that way they could say, oh, this is working really well, let's go ahead and take that and bring that into the game, because it's like it is kind of free development.
Yeah, I think I have like 30 mods on my WAD install, 30 or 40.
How many do you have installed, Chris?
I mean, I'm using anywhere between 20 and like, I think at my peak, I've been well over 100 mods before.
So. Never that many.
So they do a lot of different things, and so when I've raided in the past, what I've done is I've had different kind of profiles, and I turn a bunch off so that they're not binding on my system. And a lot of mods recently have gotten a lot better about not activating if they're not loaded. But the things like Altaholic are used to manage inventories and kind of what's going on across different alts. Things like all the things is giving you kind of goals where you can kind of open sandbox. What do I want to do right now? Here's things I can go work on. There's like 2 or 3 different add-ons that make it really fun to go do pet battles. There's several add-ons that make it much more fun to go in to do crafting, and so there's a ton of UI add-ons that you do. So each aspect of the game, you end up with this suite of 2 or 3 mods that do it, but then you also end up with a bunch of UI mods, and then some mods are very light. There have been mods over the years where like it just makes one part of the game a little bit better. So you installed an entire add-on that's doing like one task. Like back in the day, you didn't used to be an open all button on the mailbox, and there was an add-on that just added an open all mail. Super lightweight, not complex, just an open all button. And then other add-ons are like LVUI, where they're massively complex. So the number is really hard. It's kind of like Minecraft mods. Like the number of mods in a pack is not. It's a good starting point, but it's not wildly accurate when trying to predict like one pack against another. Like this pack has 200 mods, this pack only has 170. Yeah, but that, like, which mods are we talking about here?
No, I liked a lot of the simple ones. Love Bagnon, so I can just press one button and all my inventory slots are right there.
A lot of those are great because they don't require any setup. You just install it and it just works. Like it just right out of the gate, no questions asked.
One of the downsides, or one of the things that like it is kind of limiting, is that being that it's relied so much on the community. Like when you look at the situation right now, it's like if it's prevented WoW from coming to consoles, like, oh man, like that could help. I would think going forward, but that might just mean like they've relied more on the third party support than, and yeah.
For Final Fantasy, at a bare minimum, one thing that I've thought for a long time that might be kind of nice is if they could somehow put some of those analytics on the Stone Sky Sea thing.
Oh, dude, yes.
Just the timer, that'd be great.
What's up, Matt? How you doing, man?
That was actually one of the things Rock talked about in the his video.
They have the basics. They literally show you how much damage and healing everybody did at the end of a PvP round. They have Stone Sky Sea to have you understand what your damage means against a timer. They have Hall of the Novice teaching you what basic mechanics are, role quests making you dodge basic mechanics. So like they've got all the right things. They just haven't put it all in one place.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's Stone Sky Sea if they would give you a title to show that you cleared it at a certain level.
So my only hesitancy there is the people's big fear with DPS meters is not the meter itself. It's the environment where you are no longer welcome in parties unless you can prove your worth. So my fear with the title is it becomes a lot more of show me your title. And the problem with that is yes, because the logs are personal. So a personal DPS meter, like that's me. Now, if somebody's choosing to enforce based on a third-party tool, the great thing right now is that's a bannable offense. So when you start talking about native tools, you're talking about kind of like state-sanctioned. And so there's a shift in tone. Show me your log on a third-party site using a third-party tool is very much like that's very much something where you're walking up to somebody and says, show me this black market information of this illegal thing. Like, you're like, you know, I could just call the cops, right? And then
so
be into this.
14 has that though, but it's in this way. You don't talk about it in game. What they do is they'll just go look up your character, and then they'll see what your color is, where you rank. And so there is that exclusionary thing where it's like, oh, I don't want to run with any gray parses. You know, it's like, I'm not going to, okay. And so there is that happening, but it's not happening where, show me your log. Literally, it's like, oh, I see this person's recruiting. Let me look them up. And then you're like, oh, nope.
Honestly, I wouldn't want the title thing in general, because even if you made one for each class, you don't know if that person got that title yesterday or 6 months ago, and they have no idea how their rotation works anymore. And all that stuff.
They had that years ago, and wow, show me your title that you cleared it, and show me your gear score.
Well, so they replaced that with an active, like, moving ranking ELO system through an add-on called Radar.io. And Radar.io scores you. The problem with Radar.io is, imagine for a second that you like biking or running. And so you've got a Saturday group that you go biking and running with, and you go through a time where you're like, yeah, I'm building up to this 5K, and I'm going to go do this. And you go run a record 5K. Now, on your profile page on this running or biking website, your 5K time is right there. It's posted. You're proud of it. The problem is that when you go look for a group to go running this Saturday, they're going to hold you to that time. So you now have to perform at your absolute peak. So you're being held to a standard that's uncomfortable by your own past self. And so they're holding you to that. Now WoW is taking that one step further by, within their Mythic Plus system, they're saying like, hey, that's so cool. I love how we've created friction in our community on the third-party add-on. What if we brought that in through Dungeon Score and we made that native?
On the devil's advocate side, one of the things I actually don't like about FF logs is that unless you create a login and purposely say, I do not want my stuff shown, it's for everyone to see, so you're being judged even if you don't know the site exists and your data has been collected.
Correct. That's why the system needs to be native, because that discrimination's already happening. And if they made it native, they could make it where it's like, it's only going to collect yours.
Except that you're not even being represented as your best self. You're being represented in whichever random time you got pulled.
Yeah.
And so if you were talking on the phone and you were just grabbing like an Eden normal clear, and that's the only time you're parsed, that's the pull that represents you. So it's not.
And you
like,
don't know about it. Yeah.
You don't know.
Oh dear, there's only me and the tank here in this one bubble.
So.
Uh-oh.
I don't know. They're pretty good at keeping toxic behavior out of the game. So like the beauty is that as long as it's enforced,
we might not make this.
on a personal
I'm
thing,
sorry.
and then they just make a hard rule that says, hey, if you recruit, but like the problem with the hard rule is, as much as Square Enix enforces compared to World of Warcraft, an absolute ridiculous amount. They 100% are heavy on enforcement. That being said, on stream the other day, I opened up the party finder, and literally every single post in the first category was selling runs. Every single one.
I noticed that.
A single one. Every single one. And so and that's in 14. So we were coming off watching a post where Matt and Bellular were talking about, and Matt was like saying like, yeah, I just love how 14 doesn't have any of this stuff. It's like, oh, be really careful with setting that expectation, because like, it took me all of 1 second to open up the game and find post after post. Here's my Discord information so that you can contact me about RMT.
Yeah.
I mean, I know people don't like being judged and all that stuff, but even with the Stone Sky Sea thing, you know, anytime I ever did get serious with Savage and all that stuff, that always was a requirement, you know, especially if I was running the group. You would go with each individual. I would always do myself first to prove to everybody that I could do it. But then if you, for some reason, just could not defeat that totem, then you had no business going into that raid.
Well, because you're asking other people to carry the delta.
Yeah.
And that's the difference in Savage and normal content. Because it's like, oh, normal content, like, yeah, like you could you're gonna get your clear. Like I'm not worried about it. Savage content, that like that's all of a sudden it's like you really need to understand your job and be geared and be clear-headed, because it's like it's gonna challenge you. And that's why I was like I just don't feel like I'm a good Savage content leader, because it's like I would rather just kind of hang out with y'all and play and relax, as opposed to be like, well, sorry, like you weren't parsing, and it's like that just for me doesn't feel good. But if somebody invited me, then there's this weird sense of like, ain't my party. I'm just here. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not the gatekeeper in this regards. I'm just here to get this clear.
Well, that's the other thing is, for as harsh as people say it is, that's one of the big things that between a good leader and a bad one, sometimes you have to be a little bit harsh.
Yeah.
And then it doesn't mean you don't work with the individual. For as much as people, don't like the damage meter, for any group that I've done, when we saw someone was weak,
hey, Wildbird,
we would try to figure out what they were having trouble on, and you'd be like, oh, okay, so you don't fully understand the this sequence of events, and then you should probably hold off on your DPS burst until this window, and then you'll maximize your DPS more, and then like all of a sudden their DPS skyrockets
now
and all that, because they get it now.
Wildbird, welcome to the channel. Thanks for hitting subscribe. He's talking about how essentially the problem is how long it with parsing, it moves outside of Savage content and is used to judge everything. That's why WoW blocked those add-ons back in the day. And yeah, like that is the problem. Like imagine if you just like, I'm just kind of here. I don't want to be sweaty today. I just want to play and have fun. And it's like, no, like my wife got judged on her gear score. That was one of the most frustrating parties. But I was so glad we got her clear, where the healer refused to heal her. She had the gear score to get into the dungeon. It wasn't even the lowest gear score possible, and he's like, no, we're not going to get the clear with the gear like that on her. And it's like, so without them healing, we still got the clear on the dungeon, because they were a scholar.
Great revenge.
Well, that's what they wanted, and I was just being being a dick back, because it's like
just compliance.
Like, all right,
that's just stupid. Yeah, your gear score's low, so we're not going to heal you, and it make the dungeon harder
and longer
for no reason.
Right, they wanted us to kick so that they could they won't have that 30-minute cooldown. Right. And I was like, no. I was like, you can drop, but we're gonna clear this dungeon. And it took longer because they were, so that like it was ridiculous. Like,
if it's the hardest content in the game, I can understand maybe you don't want to carry, but for regular stuff,
the level 32 dungeon, yeah.
Yeah, just get over yourself.
Party Finder.
Yeah.
That's what it's just on Party Finder. Like somebody the other day said they saw learning parties saying like E9S, E10S learning parties with 525 and 530 required. Like, you want to set that up, set it up. You go play in your sandbox any way you want.
Yeah.
You want to say only people in chicken suits, you do you. That's what Party Finder's for.
Yeah, I'm very, very in touch with the minority toxic part of the 14 community. So when people are like, 14's got the best community, yeah, we do. But I think that's what makes our the toxic side stand out a little bit more venomous to me, because I've had firsthand experience with it where people were being mean to my wife, not knowing that she's my because she doesn't want to be treated any different, and it's like, all right guys, like y'all are I'm not going out and calling them out, I don't think that's my job, but it's like, okay, like you're gonna tell me 14's not toxic? All right.
Trust me, I've seen the toxic side of 14 quite well.
Yeah.
There's a reason why I do not run EX content, and will probably not do any special zones like Bosja or Eureka come the next expansion, is because I've literally been bullied out of those zones. And it's like, that's not good.
Yeah.
And I know it's just a small percentage of people to do it,
if you feel the negative, right? You feel the negative much more than you feel the million positive experiences. You get that one negative, you're like, what? I don't know. I hope that Julie comes back, but honestly, right now, I think she's more interested in playing New World with me. So, Like that's fine by me too. I'm excited about that game.
New world's gonna be pretty fun.
Yeah. Oh man, I cannot wait for people to see what other I've seen, and I think some people here in chat showed me some cool stuff that we can't talk about because it's still under NDA.
I know that's my big thing is.
Hold on, Luna, you're talking over. Sorry, go ahead, Reality.
Oh no, I was just making a small comment. I'm just like, yes, 3 more days, I can finally start talking about stuff.
Dude, it's gonna be sweet.
I'm ready to start seeing some of your videos on that game.
I posted the class guide because it's a classless system, so you can build your own. And somebody was like, "There's no classes in this." I was like, "I didn't make this video for you who knows there's no classes. I made this video because you know what people search? What class should I play? Like that's what people search." So I was like, "All right, hey guys," and it's like the first intro. I was like, "You should know that this is a classless system, so your class is however you build it." So it's just like. Like I was like, I don't think you understand how humans use Google.
Yeah.
Like, all right, there you go.
I looked at the Quinn stuff.
Hold on, guys.
I'm not gonna post it.
I didn't know it had 3 weapons.
You talking about Quinn?
Yep. I'm not gonna post on it. And at this point, he seems to want to
The
make it a bigger
animosity?
thing. So he seems to be thriving on baiting the community and then calling the community toxic, and so like it's a back and forth. So you're watching 2 people in public slap each other back and forth, and then look at you like the other guy's ridiculous, right? You both look like jerks. Like everybody here, I'm just gonna go home now. Like I don't want to be around either of you. So
never argue with an idiot because the observer doesn't know who the idiot is.
I haven't decided if I want to talk about it yet or not. I haven't followed. I just learned of it from your stream today, Chris, and I was like, we'll see how I feel.
I also made a pretty hard rule that I don't want to record on people that I don't have a lot
knowledge of. Yeah.
Because critique is fair, but when you're presenting to a community, like their community is going to come in as well, and so you really need to, within your presentation, be able to offer a compliment sandwich if one is not available. And so you need to be able to say, here's what I like about this person. Now let's get to the criticism, and here's how I think they can improve. And so it can end on that kind of upward note where things can get better. It can start on a positive note, and then we can have a real conversation in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
And you can only do that if you know the person. So you know, I've gotten a lot of negative feedback about not doing that. I don't know Quinn that well, and like I don't think there's a story here. It's not that big of a deal.
Guy didn't like the game. Move on.
He played it the way he wanted to play it.
Yep.
It is a valid way to play it, and he didn't like the way his outcome was. End of story. That's it.
It was sort of like people. From what I had seen, some people were basically upset with how he presented his opinion.
I got turned into a chicken.
But
I think the important thing about it is like knowing the context. Oh man, I'm just all kinds of crazy happening to me right now. Is knowing the context of their opinion and their views, right? Knowing that Quinn did the thing that you didn't appreciate about, or what you appreciate about the game, he didn't even bother spending time on. Like, okay, cool. Like that, it's important to know that. He didn't like the game. All right. Like, all right, cool. But yeah, that's what I think. I was like, even Chris and I was like, it sounds like the content creation in a way, like what's happened in that case. Thrives on drama. Like people are like, oh yeah, it's like he's just doing negative. It's like it's getting him attention. That's gonna cause him to grow. I think someone said like, it's up to him.
I posted a post people didn't enjoy in the last couple weeks, and it was the single highest view day for gaming kinda yet. And all the comments were filled with, this is why you're failing, this is why work to game sucks. And it's like, you're literally coming in here to tell me I'm doing it wrong. And like, if I was somebody who wasn't looking at my mental health and how I feel about my own content, if you look at purely the analytics, the answer is do it again. Like if you only look at analytics, right? If that's all that matters, the answer is do it again. That is what so that's not what I'm gonna do, but that's what the answer is.
That's why.
The system-
That's why the critique that we get from like the anti fans is usually laughable, because it's like, you clearly don't know what you're talking about. I had one guy who would come into comments and just like moo or make some kind of dairy comment, because he's like, you milk videos for views, and I'm like, I actively mentally try to make sure that that's not the case.
People who said, "Hey, I enjoyed most of your content, and this is what I don't like," that's actionable.
Yeah.
People who told me I don't know what I'm talking about because I've only been playing since Stormblood, like, I think
All
we
right.
posted that.
Yeah.
So, like I think there's video evidence. People telling me I quit the game to play Guild Wars. People telling me this is why Work to Game is dropping subscribers. People telling me that I had to create another channel because Work to Game was dead and we don't post there anymore. And then you go from there and you shift from people stating objective, false, provable facts to people coming in and saying things that the hate filters within YouTube are grabbing, or the hate filters missing because they're finding a way. And like, I removed the YouTube Studio app from my phone.
Yeah.
So I've been making content for 5 years on YouTube, and there is an app so that you can manage it from your phone. And it is why Work to Game is able to be so responsive to comments, because anytime, you know, my wife and we go to the airport or whatever, I'm just responding to comments. When we wake up in the morning and we're just sitting there chatting in bed, I'm knocking out comments. And I'm just knocking out comments. And just know that as a result of the comments around that video, that is no longer on my phone. For the first time in 5 years, the negativity around that, not the criticism, I'm perfectly fine with that. I had a post on Bellular that got negative feedback as well. That doesn't bother me. The just objective hatred, like just the vitriol, to just, it was making me just be in a bad mood all day. And like, these are people that are not subscribed. They've never seen my content before.
They have no idea what they're talking about. Yeah. I heard from a friend that they didn't like this one opinion about Brian and the Relic, so you guys are garbage. All right, like, cool. Don't care.
Especially when like he posted, and like his post was perfectly fair, and then he went and posted on Brian's post and said like, hey, let's just put it to bed here. So like I had a response post where I was going to talk about it, and I didn't hit publish because he came to Brian's channel and he sent me a personal message and said like, let's just end it. Done. No problem. I was going to put up a post. Done.
Okay.
So.
All right.
Guys, I'm gonna hop out here.
All right. Thanks for playing, Luna.
It's no problem. Like, I'll talk to y'all whenever y'all are streaming again, if I can.
It could be tomorrow. It could be next Friday from like a kind of a community chat night. So I really do love these, and I've missed hanging out with you guys just in playing games and chatting.
Honestly, like, I need help with the leveling crafters. I have no idea where to start.
Chris, do you have any crafting guides up, or like who would you point them to? Like Zane Lionheart?
I know Zane's been doing some. Who's the big? There's a big crafter, like a Desparius of crafting, that's got a ton of content. Drawing a blank. I think it starts with an A. So I mean, effectively, I haven't updated any.
Yeah, Crom, go ahead.
Change them, but effectively, crafting in 14 looks really complicated at the start because you've got a lot going on. Does Wes Galber have them as well? Ash 10, thank you. Ash 10 was who I was thinking of, but if Wes Galber has them, that's a good resource to add to that list. So I didn't realize Wes could touch crafting. So the thing about crafting in 14 is it's a layer of systems on systems on systems. And so if you think about it, if you're already in 14 and you're not doing crafting, that tells me you are doing battle content. So let's talk about it as battle content. So you're in a turn-based fight against an enemy. That's what's happening. The durability on the left side of the pane is your health. Every time you use an action, you're going to give up some of your health. There are different actions that use different amounts or change the amount or kind of heal yourself, recover your durability. If that ever hits 0, you lose your material, you died. You're going to have to get new materials and queue up again. The top bar, the progress bar, is the enemy's health. That needs to hit 0, or that needs to hit completion. That bar needs to be full before yours hit 0. Technically, they can actually hit at the same time. You can die together poetically and you still get the craft. So, Romeo?
I think that was Mithri. Mithrinell. Probably butchering the name. We had him on the podcast. Awesome guy. Yeah, hate to hate.
Time you drive up quality, that increases the percentage chance that you get a high quality result of the craft, which for gear increases stats. When you move into collectability, that becomes like a rating type score on it. And that's really it. That's it. Now, condition and all these other abilities, that's all just layered on top. But with those things and a website like Teamcraft to help you get macros and stuff settled, you can get all the way to level 80. Massive success, no worries. You don't have to do the job quests if you don't want to. Want to do them eventually.
And then also, like, in terms of well, hello, Deliminator. Ash10 dropping that, thank you. Yeah, it's I've been expecting this to kind of where, like, as the games grow in popularity, it only makes sense that you kind of have the other side of it, so that you kind of get that back and forth. And what he appears to be doing is, like, obviously thriving off of, you know, the attention, positive or negative. It's like, you know, it's a weird world because it's, you know, it's all about trying to, you know, get your name out there in that way. And yeah, if you didn't like the game, just know, like, all right, if you didn't like the story and you do, it does not take away from your love of the story.
People are getting into crafting right now.
I got a question regarding the relic. I need help. I just finished that quest, and do I talk to Xantolin again and then do a new path of resistance, or is that the quest I just completed? Because I'm nervous, because that was a lot of work.
So wait, what's your question? Where did you pick up the
I just talked to the node. So the node was the Algin node. I turned in the 1818, and then that completed. And then, okay, Josh is saying I can't do it again. So is it a Path of New Resistance? Is that the next quest, or do I have to do something else?
You pick up a quest and it's the wrong quest, it doesn't eat your weapon.
No, the quest you just did is one time only. So you don't ever have to do that one again. The next one is the one I just finished, where when you pick that one up, you have to go do 5 of the Delubrum Regine things.
Yeah.
To get the tokens.
I did 3 full ones of the 15 runs before they nerfed it.
Oh man,
and I had done 10 of the final one, so I was just like,
time worn. Oh, time worn. That can also drop off of the deep dungeon. So, Rock, do you want to do some deep dungeon stuff for a little bit, or oh man, it's already 11:40. Oh man, do we want to do a DR run to kind of conclude the evening? I did not realize how long that took me, man. Sorry.
Yeah, when I was leveling my machinist, I somehow got one. I wasn't expecting to get one on that low of a floor.
Yeah.
I honestly hadn't gone above 51 or 61 on any of my characters. So I'd heard, it's only a chance on those ones, but it's a higher chance like the higher floors you're on. So you either
the way it works is that it goes up a percentage chance from floor 0 to like floor 150, but after floor 150, it's a guaranteed drop.
Cool.
Gotcha.
But getting to 150 is not as easy as it sounds.
Yeah, that's when you normally have like your permanent group or whatever. So my thing is like, I literally just, the good thing is at least on that quest that, like I said, I finished that one. You can queue for, you do it 5 times, you get your 15, and you go on. And I'm just about to turn that in. So I can't wait to finish this thing and be able to switch my stats to what I want them to be too. That'll be fun.
Oh yeah. All right, I put a ready check up, so we can go do a DR run, which will be fun. I haven't done DR in a long time. Chantel. We'll give you a minute.
2 to go. 2 to go until I have a TP, guys.
Woohoo!
Until I have a save point.
Ooh, good luck!
Oh my gosh.
There was a
journey.
We've talking about different subjects, but there was one I wanted to mention to you guys. I didn't know if you want to do over stream, but do y'all follow like what like Henry and Jeannie do over at MXR Plays?
I don't think so.
Demonetized, but I don't know a ton about them.
I saw that boring video on the way home.
Yeah, I saw the.
Is it real world drama with kids or anything like that? Because that's just the one thing I just can't handle.
No, it's to deal with his channel, and the reason I wanted to talk to you guys, if you knew about it, is, you know, since y'all have been on YouTube and all that stuff and know the ins and outs better than I would, to get y'all's thoughts on it. The general thing is you know, on MXR Plays, they do reaction videos to subreddits.
I don't think that's what got them banned. I think what got them...
Well, let me finish.
Sure.
I'll go over it. But I'm just explaining what
For the
they
majority
do.
of their content, reaction Reddit content. Okay.
Yeah, and they,
Hey,
you know, make videos out of it. So their thing is, a huge amount of their videos that were monetized all of a sudden got demonetized, I guess. A big portion over the past couple of days, but apparently it'd been happening over the past couple of weeks. And so on their end, the type of content that they do, you know, it's entertaining, but it also flirts with the border on, you know, what's allowed, you know, like risque or, you know, shock wise sometimes.
Oh yeah, okay.
But the way Henry explains it is they have a whole system of how they do it. They normally upload their videos 6 times to see if they'll get approved. And by his marker, he's like, if like 4 out of 6 reviewers or more will approve it, then they'll go ahead and post it. So there's still some risk on his end, but you know, from their point of view is, if it gets uploaded, we get to see it and it gets monetized, but then, you know, a month or 2 later they come back around, YouTube's rules changed or someone thinks differently, and then they demonetize it, then that's where his frustration comes in, because he's just like, wait, you guys already monetized it and approved it, like why are we demonetized now? And so that's my thing, is when it comes to their, like, what's considered YouTube's rules or what laws are and all that stuff, like, you know, is YouTube in the right and, you know, they're in the wrong, you know, because they flirt with the border? Or
YouTube's in the right based off the terms of service.
It's YouTube's house.
Yeah.
So they can do whatever they want. But independent of that, those 6 automated approvals are them submitting a video 6 times to see if it gets, to encourage the likelihood that it's manually reviewed, or that anything weird going on with, as the automated thing is changing, to verify that they're getting the same result. Right, just like measured twice cut. That's fine.
That's the one thing he said, is he's saying it's not automated, they're manual reviews. So it's 6 individuals, not the AI system. So
let's assume they somehow are getting 6 manual reviews on each video. So YouTube is now dedicating 6 times the resources per video that they are generating for even the vast. Let's assume for some reason they're getting the world's most one-on-one attention I've ever heard of. So they've got these 6 individual reviewers out of thousands of employees that are saying, hey, looks okay by my standards. YouTube is selling ads. That is their job. Google is a advertising company that has a lot of very successful hobbies. That is all they are. They're an advertising company.
Wildburn, sorry I missed it. Well, welcome back to Final Fantasy, man. I hope that you enjoy that MSQ. Don't hopefully get burned out this time, and have a good time with it.
Aren't massive revenue drivers. Ad revenue is a huge portion of what they do. You know, and people are like, well, they make a lot of money off YouTube by selling ads. Ads. So their responsibility is they need to maintain a space where creators feel comfortable and viewers, and then they need to monetize that to a third party that pays to be there. Monetized people say, hey, I'm putting my reputation in front of whatever video it's screened against, and if there is a danger there, if people are reporting that content or things like that, your content has certain types of ads shown against it based on what they think is appropriate. If you move yourself all the way to one right end, where as comments start to generate, people's reports start to generate, and it looks like that's damaging that, then you're getting yourself in a world of hurt. If you're reacting to copyrighted videos, if you're reacting to Reddit, which is not necessarily known for the nicest of language and things like that, you are playing with something that the person reviewing it may have thought was okay, and then based on feedback of the population, What they don't want is another ad apocalypse that affects the entire platform, and now we all lose because of something. So just like the hot tub streams on Twitch, it is about protecting the platform. They don't actually care about any one channel. And there's a beauty to that. There's a simplicity to that. It's nice to know Google doesn't care about work to game, but it also sucks to know they don't care about work to game. They literally don't care about any one channel. They don't even care about PewDiePie. They're not going to gamble an entire platform that makes over $600 million a year profit for any one person. They do not care. So when people are saying they're targeting me individually, they are underestimating how big of a machine this is. They don't have time to individually target somebody. It is literally you're talking about ants in your yard going, yeah, well, do you hear Bob got crushed on Tuesday? Yeah, that human targeted him. We literally don't matter to something this big. So that's my read on that, and like it sucks that it happens, but like if you're flirting with not safe for work content,
I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. Like, are you?
I'm just telling you.
That was my thing. Was on their end. Yeah, I mean, I get, of course, why they're upset because they're losing a lot of revenue and all that stuff. I see why, but then I guess the other part that they didn't like is, I guess, when this happens, like the way it happened is this is one of those ones to where they can't appeal, and their bigger frustration is whoever did it. Like normally when something's like wrong with a video, they'll get like a list of don't do this, fix this, and all that. Like they're just completely ghosted this time around, so they
can't get a 7th review on one video.
No, not even. No, it's not just that. Like the way, like if you go watch like his video, is now that everything's demonetized and all that, he was saying the way it was demonetized. Like I'm just taking him at his word. At that point, it's like there's no way to appeal. And then on top of that, they're giving like no info out, no email, no nothing as to why it happened, so they won't do those things in the future. So that's where they are, and then that's why I was also trying to get those questions answered. Is I get it that it's YouTube's platform, they could do whatever they want on it, but I was wondering, I'm like, okay, like from a legal standpoint, is YouTube allowed to have a rule one way?
What aggro? What are you talking about, Crom? You saying we're aggroing MXR? Like, no, we're just talking about the legal ramifications of YouTube, and I don't even know who MXR is actually, so just FYI.
Cool. Second of all, you're giving people evidence that they're going to go use in court to say, you accused me of this and that wasn't true. So it hurts YouTube to claim those things, so it's easier for them to just not give a reason. Those reasons can change. They can be internal. They can be whatever they want. They don't have to state them. They don't owe that. I understand the frustration. I do, of any creator. I will tell you that when Brian and I have had demonetized videos, we have videos that we don't make revenue on. We have videos that other people get our revenue. In our library, it is not all going to us, but the vast majority is because we don't play with those lines. And when we cross a line with something like Nintendo and they whoever, and they copyright claim us, you know what, we just cover less of that content. Like if you're going to start striking our channel, no worries, man, we'll just talk about something else. We have a lot we want to talk about. So the thing that they're doing though, that just based on kind of what you're stating here, that alarms me, is that they're triggering manual reviews on every video, and that's enormously labor intensive, as opposed to Brian and I. When you monetize, they set up a system a while back,
a trust system.
You have the option, and it's a trust system, and you self-report. If you self-report accurately, which means sometimes you do have to tell on yourself, this video is not safe, or this video talks about this subject. The more you self-report accurately, and the more videos as they age seem to not get reported for anything that you didn't disclose, just like a background check. Many background checks, depending on the company, they don't actually care about that one time that you drank in college. What they want to know is that you're not going to lie to them. And so if you say, hey, when you pull a background check, this might show up. This was kind of the outcome. I was just being a stupid kid. Many companies will still hire you. What they will not hire you is if you say, no, I've never been arrested for any reason ever, and then they pull a background check and they find an arrest record. You're not getting that job, period. And so the self-reporting system is something that all of our channels have active. I do not need manual reviews ever, because my self-reporting is accurate and I can be trusted to manage myself. So when you tell me they're triggering 6 manual reviews up front, they're already operating in a gray area. So to say we need more time from manual employees than any other channel that I have ever heard of, how come they're not giving us even more?
That's opening them up. Well, no, it's opening them up to a lawsuit from other creators who aren't getting that same value. It's showing favoritism. Now, I'm going to jump in because Crom's got some interesting like points in they're making in chat. For I muted y'all for a second because he was like, "Why so much aggro from MXR?" So yeah, well, I wouldn't say that we're aggroing them at all. We're just literally talking about the reality of the situation, but then following it up saying, "Look, we all know the letter of the law argument, but a company can do technically, and what they should do is not always great." I do agree with that. Like, should YouTube have better policies and things like that? Yes. The way that we get that is through competition in terms of from creators and that perspective, because the terms of service are the terms of service, and it takes a lot of effort to change that unless there's an kind of a pressure to do so. That's and it's just not gonna, I think, happen from one creator. But he asked, do you think MXR might be inaccurately self-reporting then, and that could basically be a mistake? And that's very possible. They could have misrepresented their self-reporting, and they could be flagged as somebody who's just not trustworthy, and or like, this is all theoretical. I don't have access to their dashboard whatsoever, but it's like at the end of the day.
Well, that's one thing. They've had a couple of videos like this to where they've had like a big like demonetized thing happen. I remember, you mentioned the term, the adpocalypse.
Oh yeah, we had a couple of adpocalypses,
and all that. And that's my thing is, the main reason I bring up this subject is because like I legitimately don't know like YouTube's rules versus like law on what YouTube can and can't do versus what a person can and can't do, and whether or not they even have a legal argument to begin with and all that. So that's why I kind of wanted to get y'all's guys' opinions, since y'all been doing it for a number of years. Is like, I don't know a lot of that behind the scenes stuff, and
really far away from the rules.
Like
really far. So there are people that run along that line and they're like, I'm not over the line, I'm not over the line, I'm not over the line, and then after 5,000 posts they're like, what do you mean I crossed it? But they have been running like foot over foot, like on a balance beam for 5 years. Brian and I try to call, and we occasionally get something like, hey, you used sound from Square Enix that they want to claim. Fair enough. Like we run so far away from the line that when we get hit, and we have been hit, we ask for a manual review. They look at our channel. It hasn't. That's never happened. And so anytime somebody claims our stuff, we trigger a manual review. We've won every appeal we've ever asked for. We've never reported. We've never tried to fight for something that we didn't feel in the right on. We've even had some videos where we thought we were in the right and we didn't fight it anyways, and we just let them keep the revenue just to be safe. So like, we play so far away from that arena that when this stuff happens, like all it does is tell me that what Brian and I are doing is way more sustainable.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I get that. I mean, I understand. One of the reasons why their channel is so popular.
Hold on. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I think one of the things you're missing too is that MXR built his channel off of 95% NSFW content from Skyrim mods. So like, YouTube may just be looking at that backlog and saying, well, if he did that before, he might do it again. There's a difference between Brian and Chris and covering wholesome like topics and like being
our worst takes are literally like saying like, hey, so and so's talking about this, we don't really agree with it, but let's go ahead and represent it for the sake of discussion. People are like, you suck. Like, that's why we've been using quotes and titles.
Well, that's why I said before, is because they do a lot of that borderline NSFW. He did straight up stuff for like a lot of the more risque type things.
After the ad apocalypses, YouTube's really shied away from that. One of the reasons, one of the theories I've had with Ninja's rapid success, not only with his like skill for Fortnite, but there were two big battle royales at that time when Logan Paul showed a dead body in a tree, and Fortnite was friendly for kids and for a lot of people, and
PUBG is not.
PUBG was not. It was realistic violence, and so YouTube went hard and said, okay, we're gonna be. And so like Fortnite blows up, like Ninja blows up, all those people blow up, and it wasn't the one thing. There was all these other things at play, but that's just kind of one aspect of it. Crumb Cake says one of the instances where their videos got flagged was due to a copyright troll company in Italy that was targeting them, so they have a bit of trauma in that regard. And and so that stuff adds up. It's kind of like, when you and this is just kind of a natural thing, like if you and your friends are like kind of towing the line, and you might be fine, but that's a lot of work that a lot of people have to go through, and that means that in their case, like, the world, in my opinion, isn't really going to fight for you. You have to fight for yourself, and if you can build up people who will stand by you in that regards and help fight, like, that becomes easier. But it's so much easier to get lost in the system in any aspect of it, especially if you have no one to come pick you up, in that regards, or at least say, hey, don't do this. So if they've always been kind of towing the line, it becomes very easy for that just to kind of be a domino effect. So it's like, well, it's not really one thing, it's a series of things. Does it suck? Yes. Can it change? Yes. It's going to take a lot of work, and they're going to have to be the catalyst of that. And oh man, I wasn't paying attention. I'm dead.
Oh yeah, well that's my thing is, I know even from my perspective is like, I enjoy their content. I like watch their videos almost daily, but I know, like, because of their past incidents, things that they've had to settle on and whatnot, that at the same time, even though you feel sorry for them, because even in the back of my mind, it felt like they were towing the line and all that stuff, is they are, running a risk. Now, granted, because of their content, for how entertaining those two personally are on top of their videos, they've built a massive following on top of it, but at the same time, how
big is MXR?
Are they at 1.5 million?
They're big.
Yeah, they're big.
I saw it pop up today. I saw it being tweeted and talked about. It wasn't somebody like, it's a name I'd heard, but I wasn't aware of horribly well, because they were big enough that like I've come across them, but not somebody that I've been wildly engaged with.
So at that size, they absolutely have representation in the regards with the manager, probably even direct, like, and if their direct contact with YouTube isn't like reaching out, that just tells me that they're either busy, or it's like, guys, like, how much time are we having to invest in this? So that's a risk that they're going to take. And honestly, with that size, I think they're going to be fine. It's just they're probably going to have to take kind of a temporary hit, because when you think about just the numbers, it's like, okay, so I guess for a short period of time, guys, we're over here and that's where, like, if anything else from a content creation, you got to diversify. You got to diversify if you want to make this a career.
Well, that's, one thing that they had. They actually have a pretty large Patreon following where they put all the unfiltered videos and everything on too. That, like all the uncensored stuff and all that. I guess worst case scenario, he has a backup channel that they would have to build up, but that was my thing is, I didn't know, like, legally wise, even if they are flirting with the line, if YouTube said yes now but then no later, do they have a right to do that and all that? But then
their platform.
Chat's saying they have two 1 million plus sub channels, and so then the question is that, do both of them get hit, or is it just like this one?
It's, as far as I know, it's only MXR Plays. They have 1.73 million subscribers on it right now, and their biggest, like, that was my thing that I immediately thought was, well, guys, you're really successful, you've been doing great, but at the same time, you're walking that tightrope, and unfortunately you fell off, and I don't know how much you're in the right versus how much YouTube is, but by the simple fact that you flirt with that line, you set yourself up for failure every now and then.
And you drop the number of people that'll defend you, because you're not pristine, right? And so, like, when somebody's pristine and they get hit, everybody's mad.
Right.
But when somebody breaks the rules sometimes and not others, and then they get caught, it's like, hey, but I wasn't breaking the rule that time. You have people in the room that are like, yeah,
well,
but
yeah.
like, you've created that doubt yourself.
That sucks. Hopefully it gets worked out. So was that all happening today? Like,
yeah.
Okay,
that
so
came
hopefully
that came out today. So that's why I wanted to hear y'all's guys' opinion. I mean, if you want to go see, they have like a 15-minute video of it, and then from you, a YouTuber's point of view, if there's anything I missed or didn't catch.
Yeah, I'll have to go watch
you
the source.
You could go see that. So I always wanted to put that caveat in, but I at least wanted to hear y'all's opinion on it, on what someone can do short of just stop going too far out into left field, kind of make your stuff a little more family friendly or advertiser friendly.
It doesn't necessarily have to be 100% that. Just know what you're making, why it exists, what the what the value it is bringing and for whom, and then as long as you understand the risk. It's like if you're blatantly saying, man, what am I doing, bro? Just taking needless damage, perfect. But yeah, if you're towing the line, it's there's so many little systems in place, but if don't stream music you don't own, don't these are things that should be fairly ideally straightforward, in that regards.
The only thing I'll say about the music you don't own part is even if you do music you do own or have the rights to, you will typically get some sort of hit from someone claiming they have the music but not actually having the music. I've actually been hit several times for my films that I actually sit with the contacted the artist several times and we had a good laugh over it. It's like, no, he doesn't hold the rights to this. We have the receipts right here.
Right. I just respond with the license
always,
and this.
You just fight those.
Yeah, you fight those without
we've
problem.
Never lost one of those. When we get claimed from Tennessee Music Authority or whatever, and they're just like, oh, well, you own this music from Final Fantasies.
No, you don't.
Well,
it's an automated thing. There's a Content ID is an automated system, so those companies exist, and it's like, hey, rather than sit there and manually, they're not scrubbing all of YouTube. They're running a Content ID system that YouTube built for them that goes out and just says, here's 1,000 matches. They get to choose how strict a match is considered, but there is not really that much of a penalty for over-reporting. And so it kind of encourages
over-reporting. But it's seeing what you can get away with, right? And we've seen people even publicly say
it doesn't ever slap them back.
Right.
Actually, the real problem isn't even with that. These reports that are coming in false are coming in from third parties claiming they have the copyright when they don't.
Right.
To try
But
and
what I'm
scrape
telling you is,
monetization off for them. I see this all the time. It's sad.
That's just the fishing
So
thing.
the ones that have hit us a lot, they're big companies. They're usually management companies. So the name is really obscure and they represent a bunch of channels. And so what's getting us is what gets us is that we cover things we'll cover events and stuff where things like Square Enix where we know the music's okay. And if they represent an agency that has another Final Fantasy XIV creator and has the same music, it is a legitimate match. It is a legitimate match. But there was an issue of this a while back where there was a person who posted a video and then that video got represented in a news story. And so Fox or NBC or CNN or whatever showed it in their clips. And then the company that represents CNN or whatever and takes care of all that got a Content ID match, and they tried to take that person's channel down over their footage being shown in the news report. And so it's an outlier, but it is something that happens. And as long as you understand how we got to this point, that it's not somebody manually scanning your channel and going, I'm gonna take them down.
That does happen, but it's less.
It does happen.
Yeah.
It's once you understand where the majority of these are coming from, then you learn that it's just a frustrating side effect. It's just like when Siri or Alexa kicks on too much. It's technology is not perfect. And you just fight those because you know
Yeah.
you're in the right.
And we had
So those are
we
really
had
easy ones to
somebody,
fight.
we actually had somebody individually try to claim one of our videos as their own, and we fought it, and then I think they
kept
withdrew.
Brian's face in the thumbnail.
I know. It was like, dude, this is like our video. That like it's me.
Like, how do you know it's your video? It's my face.
But they re-uploaded one of our videos, and then they try to use that and claim that it was their, like that our video was the copyright, and it's like
They kept our title. They kept like they just literally reposted the whole thing.
Wow.
I'm about as lazy as you can get on it.
well, and it's like the goal is that if you get someone who doesn't know what's going on, is that you win, and then all. Right, you get someone who doesn't know what's going on, and all of a sudden you're like, hey, all right, I'm drawing revenue from this now, you know? Like, all right.
Yeah.
Not much
That is
revenue,
one
but
other-
all right.
yeah. Well, I know with all the, people love throwing around the whole DMCA thing and all that, but I do kind of wait for the day that I feel it'll eventually happen to where either Twitch itself or Twitch has some third-party group that they go through to where content creators or streamers can buy packages of
Yeah,
like
I think
licensed
that's
music
coming.
and all that.
I think that's
And
coming.
I'm like it has to come at some point to where you pay $50 a month, you get access to like X number of songs, and then maybe even something when you play a song. Remember, like at the bowling alley or MTV, to where it would pop up the name of like the production, the artist, and the name of the song, pops up. It'll have like a little Twitch watermark or something on it showing that, they have rights to use that song, in the background or whatnot. So yeah, I'm kind of waiting for that day to happen to where, people can purchase something like that.
Mhm.
Because it'd be no different than like what the radio does. I mean, they have to purchase
Yeah,
a license to broadcast that music and all that.
It costs more for, I'm assuming for the radio, but that's one of the things I think what people are seeing and needs to evolve within the music industry is that you're seeing people trying to hold on to the old model, but the people who are blowing up musically, whoa, what's up? Oh, E. Harris, thanks so much for joining the membership at Vishap level. Pushing, I think we're just now one away from getting that Sage emote. I'm not so sure. See ya. Yeah,
midnight.
You have a good night,
Yep.
Chris.
Yeah, you guys have a good night. I linked Brian in the chat.
See ya, Chris.
Yeah, come over on Twitch and come over here and hang out with me on Ginger Prime now.
But yeah, I mean, my original thought was, you could even make it fun was, you could have packages and all that, but I kind of liked the idea of like, old school like iTunes, to where you go in, you pick the songs you want, you pay X number, either, I don't know if they would do, monthly, annually, whatever for it. And then, you have access, to those songs and all that. And I was wondering, even on the artist side, not every single artist has like the rights to their
to their
music,
library, yeah.
But even if you're like a big production agency, you wonder like how knowledgeable they are
Yeah.
on the social media, especially the Twitch side, because in some ways I'm like, guys, you're kind of leaving money on the table if one
Yeah.
of you big companies would come up with a program to let all these streamers do it. I guarantee you they'll start doing it in droves.
Mhm.
And all that.
Spotify came out and was like, hey, $2,000 a year, you get to stream anything you want on your stream. People would buy that.
Yeah.
Like big streamers would buy that in a heartbeat.
Crom Cake in that membership. Thank you, Crom. I'll have to check after this fight if we were there. It's like the next goal was at 50, and last stream we were at 48. So, geez Louise. All right,
I
there you go.
watched a video from a YouTuber called Devin Nash that kind of went over the music industry and kind of why they're doing what they're doing and kind of what things are at. And it's basically is generally they don't have a lot of documentation on like who's supposed to get money, what percent goes to which part of.
Oh,
which
yeah. It makes sense if they don't know what to do with the money when they get it.
and because they don't have an actual organized system for who gets what money is part of why they haven't done anything, because I guess.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, I fully get that I knew that right from the get-go. They don't have a system. That's why I was thinking, like, okay, if you're one of these big music production companies that, owns the rights to all these people's music, then yeah, spend a little money, put that system
Make
together.
a little love. Get down tonight.
So
It
yeah,
seems like
so like somebody has to be willing. Somebody, yeah, no, they of course have the money. Somebody just has to be willing to do it. Now, that's my thing is I don't know the difference between like how much money it would take to do that versus
One
their
more.
projections
Darn it.
on
We dropped
how
one
many
member.
people they would think would actually
Right,
buy
ours.
it, or are they? Is it as simple as are they ignorant to the fact on like how big something like like Twitch or throw YouTube in there on top of it of course, like that seems less logical to me, especially because like imagine if you could purchase like a DMCA song and like throw it in the backdrop of your YouTube video and all that stuff. So I mean there's hundreds of millions of people doing all this stuff. It does to me. It just seems silly that there isn't one.
What we're seeing though, more than anything else, like you got Harris Heller, because I've been listening to his like little different beats tracks that he's producing. So they're making money because they have Eddie. Thanks so much for hitting that $1 member club. I really appreciate that. Oh God, what am I doing? What am I doing? Sprint. Okay, cool.
To be funny, I'm quite certain Dolly Parton owns the rights to all her music. Maybe we should call her people and start playing her music.
Rock Dolly. Dolly. It's the new hashtag.
Yeah,
rocking some Dolly Parton while
hell yeah,
headshots in
awesome.
Fortnite.
I think the more people that become successful from the platforms like TikTok and YouTube, if they're able to become more popular in
they are music, that's the neat interesting thing that's happening is that they are becoming that, and so then the music industry is having a difficult time kind of adjusting to the new model. So a lot of people who are blowing up musically aren't a part of these like contracts that are limiting. They're just kind of blowing up on like the TikTok platforms, and so the artists that aren't growing are like either the established ones or the new ones are all coming through the new model. So it's like it's just more about getting your stuff in front of as many people as possible. So I think that hopefully we'll see some level of adjustment.
Well, when somebody finally takes that plunge, everyone else is going to be so mad when they realized how many like hundreds of millions or billions of dollars they left on the table.
And the person
is like, wait, all we had to do was create a website that everybody could go to, and then the website gets this percentage, the production company gets this percentage, and then the person who is like the artist gets their percent. Like, why weren't we doing this? And I'm just using like YouTube and Twitch as a big example, but yeah, you could spread it across all social media platforms and make it a universal thing.
Yeah.
If you really wanted to.
One of those where they don't seem to realize the level of impact content creators have on an individual compared to other sources of.
Yeah, people are still figuring that out, right? Like it's like even when it comes down to it, people are trying to still figure out what the value of it is. And then at the end of the day, a lot of people were like, the people who were in the know or end up being like the ones benefiting because like dollar per like impression or whatever, like in traditional media is absurd and no one's using traditional media. And then within the content creation world, it's like, oh, you're getting in front of where everybody's at right now. So as they come on board with it, it's a positive thing. And we've seen like as I wouldn't know how to quantify the size of our channels, but because we were just talking about somebody with millions. It's like that sounds exciting, but it's like I can't speak to like the issues and challenges that might bring. But in terms of like our size, it's like we're very comfortable, but people still don't know. Like it's this people will come and it's like, hey, you want to advertise, and it's like, I don't know, like if I'm not using your product or interested, like I'm not interested in advertising. But we're not yet to the size of which like, oh yeah, like if somebody that I use all the time was like, hey Brian, like you wanna advertise like your Elite Series 2 controller? Well, sure. Hey guys, I love this controller. No one's paying me to say it, and if they ever did pay me to say it, I love this controller. It's like I'm not getting paid. Like it's a great.
Well, that was my thing is, I will admit it wasn't until like around December 2017 until I started paying more attention to like YouTube and streaming content and all that stuff. Some of the clips I'd seen here and there, you know, even kind of out of contents.
Mhm.
You know, my original thing is just like who are these silly people?
Yeah.
And all that. And then, you know, you actually start watching someone and you realize like, oh, they're just a normal person putting on a show.
Yeah, we think of it like kind of like a gaming kind of radio, right? And
Yeah,
like Chris
yeah,
produces
so-
a 6-hour radio show around video games, you know, like, and that's so much fun because rather than like, okay, it's like, all right, yeah, so he talks news, does like videos, we talk about what's going on. It's like, honestly, it's for me, I find it incredibly entertaining. I don't think I have that muscle, that the live streaming muscle. You see me like, what am I doing once a week right now? Feels great. But I really enjoy like editing and putting together videos and guides. And so it's for me, it's been that's something that I get a lot of excitement out of. It's like, oh man, like I have this video idea, this guide. I'm working on this epic one right now for Final Fantasy and I want to get it done. And I'm just always limited by my like free time to sit down and actually like capture, you know, hours and hours of footage and then like boil that down into like a 12 to 15 minute guide. I'm like, okay, let's get to work. Let's do this thing.
It's why I'm assuming a lot of popular content creators tend to be single, is because it takes a lot of time.
Yeah, that's why it's like, I'm just like, I'll make what I make when I can. You know, I enjoy it. Like I get a massive amount of joy out of playing it. And then yes, chat's asking, is Chris done for the night? Yes, he wrapped up his Minecraft stream and he's heading to bed. And then yes, I am playing controller on PC. I would play all games on controller on a PC if possible.
How is like, do you target people outside of your own raid on a controller?
I would switch to like a you know, and I don't have the allies filter, but I just switch to an allies filter and then target them.
Oh, okay.
That or I would just like when I switch to the filter, I would just go up to them and press A. But it's I haven't had an issue with that.
Okay.
That was one thing I never took the time to look into.
But if
like,
I was doing heavier, like a savage version of this, yeah, I think I would.
I never did the savage version of it because it basically was like no reward. And
Nice.
Savage version of what?
The Libram.
Regine.
Yeah.
Isn't there a mount?
Ooh, the DualSense is such a. The PS5 controller, like, is that they did a great job. Like when I've used it, I'm like, I don't have one, but one of these days.
I'm using one right now.
You're using PS5 controller right now?
On my PC.
Yeah, nice. Do you run
Does
the
it actually have the
DS4
tab?
Windows?
No, it's just doing the. I think it's just doing the regular through Windows. No, it's doing it through Steam.
Oh, okay.
You have
Does
to
it
run
have the
the
keyboard?
picture on Steam.
Thanks, Doug. Yeah, and actually, I went ahead and just created a Shadowbringers controller guide playlist. So if anybody's interested, that's on the homepage of the channel itself. And if you know, so if you're looking for, like, okay, Brian, you know, because like a lot of sometimes people are like, hey, where's that guide? And it's like, oh, here I can just put my weapon away and I can res this guy.
Oh, that's how that works. Okay.
Well, like if I had a different filter, oh god, I gotta move. Sorry, bud, I'm not resing you.
This is
Oh no.
do.
Dadgummit, Brian, I misread that.
Oh,
I'm
like
dead.
you reminded me of that healing type. Like, you know, I main
I've
a
not
white
done this
mage.
in months.
Was it I main a white mage, and like you brought that up again, just like 'cause every time,
Awesome.
especially.
Chat saying that like my machinist controller guide made the job much more fun. Awesome to hear, dude. That is the best compliment I've gotten in the last 5 minutes. Like I've got some really good compliments today. You guys are feeding my ego. Like, oh no, his ego is in overdrive.
Your head's gonna get too big.
Make sure you have something to hold it up.
Oh, dude, I got 5 kids that remind me I am just holding them together.
Can you guys hear this?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, no, I was just mentioning the thing when you mentioned like the whole not gonna res you thinking, it just made me roll my eyes because when you're talking about like what your wife had to go through, it's just like every time I've done, you know, like an alliance raid or whatnot, you know, since I main a healer, if I had had that attitude, you know how many wipes we would have had? Like, you're constantly rezzing people, like, in those things. Or even in the normal Eden raids and stuff. Like, you res somebody, like, half a dozen times. Or whatnot. Or use the healer LB3 a lot, you know, just to get through it. And just like that, that's just ridiculous that even if you had that standpoint, you only want high-quality people, why would you make the run harder on yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah, chat's saying, 1 second. Wildburn saying, 5 kids, you're a madman. Stopped after 3. And Julie and I originally wanted 6 kids, and we might actually, like, 2 options, I guess. But like, we might adopt if we still feel like we want 6. Right now, we're I think overwhelmed and we're fine. Like, all right, we're good. But I did tell her, I was like, if she ever comes and says like she wants to have another baby, my answer is already yes. So that's nothing we've already kind of had that conversation. But I like having a large family. It's got its moments of like, whew, man, that's a lot of diapers, versus then at some point, you know, like, oh, those kids are off on their own doing hopefully some cool stuff.
You're never alone, Brian.
This is true.
Oh, before I get the person that was asking about crafting, are they still in here?
Maybe.
Maybe not.
Oh God,
well,
Ryan, get there.
I'll link it anyway.
Went to bed for the evening.
Okay.
Yeah, it is late for a lot of people.
Yeah, the Craftaholics Discord.
That's a great name. It's a great name.
Well, like I've looked at theirs. They're kind of like one of the like foremost like guys on like that keep everything up to date for Final Fantasy when it comes to crafting. They have tons of guides. They have like the crafting macros that they always update every patch and everything.
Nice.
And so on and so forth. So like I didn't realize she left, but I was gonna post that link. If you go into that, then you can pretty much find any information you want on from leveling to high-end crafting in that Discord. And
then Crom saying, I'm trying to bring in the second boomer generation as a solo grinder. Someone's got to make this guild for me. I got to get these gilded mounts, man. Put these kids to work playing games. You know, I go program for the day. I'm like, how much guild did you make in Final Fantasy?
I did see the next mount that I really want.
Yeah.
And you have to collect all the dragons. You get the giant.
The robot dragon? Yeah, dude.
Yeah, that thing looks cool.
The oldest of 9. Your Fiza buddy is the oldest of 9, all boys. I'm glad I have a mix. We got 2 boys and 3 girls. So it's been wild. You know, I can't complain, dude. Like Julie and I could not have kids for a long time. So, like, honestly, I just feel lucky that we have any kids, and I was, you know, also perfectly, you know, accepting of that, you know, maybe we're just not going to have kids. And so for those of you who don't know, I'm just like, you know, more personal story side. Story time. Julie had a brain tumor, and so that was actually kind of preventing us from having babies. And so when we actually got that removed, that's kind of what, you know, kind of started the floodgates. And, you know, at some point, like, I just never wanted to be an old dad, you know? And so it was kind of like, well, do we still want a large family? Yes. Okay. So on that note, let's just rip the Band-Aid off. and there's pros and cons, right? There's pros and cons. One of the pros is that the kids are going to all be able to hang out with each other. They're all going to be their same level range. I think the fear is that I don't want to sit down and have, you know, one of these, like a baby that's, you know, like 20 years separate from, you know, my youngest or something like that. What's up, Syrian? How you doing? You go, complicated 2 kids prior to teens, 2 girls and a boy. After they became teens, it was 2 boys and a girl. It is a new world.
An actual generational gap.
Speaking of New World, I love how every time
good
that
transition.
Yeah, I love everybody when you say something, it's an excuse to talk about that game.
Dude, I'm so excited for New World. Like it's like it might not be everybody who loves Final Fantasy for like the reasons they love Final Fantasy's game, but there's something about it that like literally playing it, I go, holy crap! What would Yoshi P do with this budget and engine? Like imagine what they could do if they gave them that kind of budget and money. And it's like, and it's not like a negative or knock on New World. It's just like the world like captured it. Just like, I didn't think I was going to like the aesthetic. And then all of a sudden I'm like, I'm back in my childhood, like back in the forests of East Texas. Like, oh my gosh, this is incredible.
It does feel like you're in a world and
Ooh, Matt.
sometimes
What a gap. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, my thing is, especially when you have PvP mode turned on, like you're running through the woods, you don't see anything, and then all of a sudden, like, you know, you're getting attacked out of nowhere by some people. You're like, where the hell did they come from? And you know, they could have just been walking from the other direction, or they could have been like lying prone in the grass, and you had no idea they were there.
Someone was like, I want a rogue. I want somebody who can be invisible, and it's like everybody can be invisible in this game, man. You can hide in the environment, like for real.
Yeah, well, that was one thing I had to figure out first, because, you know, when someone goes PvP, they have a big name above their head. And so, well, like your name's in red, so, you know, you're flagged. But then I was just like, well, like, because you have the ability to go prone and, like, hide in the bushes in that game. And I was asking, like, some people, I was like, hey, can you see my name? Because that kind of defeats the purpose of going prone if you see like no body, but like a red name hovering over a bush.
Oh yeah. Don't look over here in the bush.
Yeah, they're like, no, we don't see it. So I was just taking the word for it. I was just like, okay, well, I guess when you go prone, your name disappears.
That's quite a gap, Matt. But hold on one second. The regarding a link for kind of a synopsis. That's my New World playlist if you want to get caught up on the news and all the information about the game itself. I'll be streaming it and playing it next on Tuesday and Wednesday, taking those days off just to kind of play, because like I've been following this game for a while. I've been covering it for a while. I'd like to be able to have some guides and some content out there. So if anybody's like, oh, is Brian playing New World? Yes, he is.
One thing for me for it is I'm not big.
I've not done this in forever.
Go ahead. Not big into PvP.
Yeah, you don't have to PvP in New World.
And so, but I feel like it's one of those where I don't remember. I played a different game, where I eventually started playing the PvP because I thought, because it's, you know, it's still half of the game. You know, it's the other half of the game you don't experience if you don't try it.
That was one of my things that was just a slight turn off at first, is because coming from games like EVE Online, Ark Survival Evolved, even Arc Age to a certain extent, I know there's a lot of people that don't like it, but I love having that anxiety on where, like, oh my god, is someone around this bush? Oh my god, okay, nobody's there. Okay, fine. Okay, here we go. We're going over this mountain. Is there? And then then just having that like predatory instinct, you know, and you develop different skills on. There's things that you definitely shouldn't do while you're alone, or going through certain regions and all that stuff. And, you know, you kind of learn how to survive in the hostile world and all that. So when they were talking about, you know, switching up the game, making it a more theme park style game, toggling PvP, I was like, oh man, you know, I kind of liked, you know, not having to do that. You know, that's why I was a little more excited for Ashes, because you know, they'll have a penalty system in place for people that just grief people. But I really did like the idea to it. No, there's no toggle system. It's truly an open world fantasy world, and then, you know, anything goes. And, you know, people will have to come up with their own, you know, rules and social structures within their servers on what people do and don't do and all that. So, but New World definitely grew on me more, so I'm certainly excited. to see where it goes, and
Yeah.
then I'll have to keep tabs on y'all's Discord on what server you decide to.
It's looking
to
like
go with.
Atlantis. So last I checked it was in first place. It looks like Atlantis is currently in
Atlantis?
first.
Okay.
I don't know if that's changed yet. So
Yeah, because I'd seen the list, but I hadn't really taken a look at it yet, and I was keeping a mental note, and it's like, this weekend I need to talk with Brian and Chris and be like, hey, where are we going?
Oh, come on, Brian. I don't know what I missed. I'm getting distracted. I'm tired. It's buy to play. So it's $40 and there's no subscription fee. They have plans. They've talked about they are considering a battle pass down the line at some point. My hope is that if they do a battle pass, that they consider the Halo model where your battle pass doesn't expire, so you don't get that FOMO that like, oh god, I gotta finish this or it's gonna go away. It's like that's what I'm excited about for Halo. But they have cosmetics and a cash shop that's gonna be what funnels the game, and right now they're still trying to decide on, or maybe they already have decided on what their expansion model is going to look like. So we don't know if it's going to be once a year or every 2 year.
Probably once a year with the.
Once a year makes the most sense with no sub,
Yeah.
because then you could sit here and say like kind of that your sub is your yearly expansion fee. It's like, okay, here's your yearly expansion, and then have stuff to kind of offset the store in the meantime.
Yep.
I think it's a good thing that they decided to change it to toggling PvP, because those open PvP games kind of attract a certain type of player.
It's also extremely niche.
Yeah, like there's a game called Wild Terra on Steam that I no-lifed for like a month and a half.
Yeah.
And like the toxicity in that game, like it's cool to imagine like people coming up with social structures like, oh, you don't do that, that's rude. But then there's groups of players who all band together and try to always become the biggest guild just to do whatever they want. And it like almost happens every time without fail.
Yeah.
BDO, you had Team Rocket. Wild Terra, you had, what were they called? Chaos. It's just all those kinds of open games where you can do whatever you want to the other players. It attracts those kind of players, and they band together a lot.
Oh, well, I know that since I've played those games before, and I know that all those games like that I mentioned, for as fun as they are, they don't have millions of players that are actively playing it. Even one of my favorites, like EVE Online, they have like around 30,000 people, I think, at most that play at any given time. So yeah, it is a lot more niche, that hardcore PvP crowd. So since they wanted to, try to basically encompass the whole gambit and like get everyone they possibly could, that's why they switched roles and made it more a friendlier or not friendly, or like a more forgiving theme park game.
I think the PvP still exists though, in the sense that like when you're going and doing PvE, you're undermining the zone. So if the zone is controlled by another faction, you're not actively engaging them and like, I'm gonna hit you, you're gonna hit me, and one of us is gonna win. But if you go into that and you're doing PvE, you're actually still supporting your faction by undermining the zone, so that way you can end up getting control. And and so like, even if you don't want to PvP, you have the ability through PvE to be kind of participating in PvP. So it's still there, it's still present, and it reminds me a lot of the Final Fantasy XI system with Conquest. It's like, you would fight and you would go PvE in zones in order to control those zones, and then you get perks and things like that from those zones. And that's very similar to what they're actually putting in with New World.
I didn't see the part on the PvE side.
Yeah, that's how you undermine. You can undermine via PvP, but you can also do PvE.
Well, technically yes, but you have to do PvP faction missions. So like the PvP faction mission,
the faction missions PvE as well work towards that, but the way you take over control is by declaring war, and that is a PvP battle itself. But like, let's say you just wanted to like be a PvE, or like, you can play this game 100% PvE. You do not
Yeah.
like have to participate.
Well, that
in
was
those
the thing
things.
is, yeah, I didn't think the safe PVE conquest like pushed a zone, you know, to where like, you know, if you're Marauders versus Syndicate pushed at that. I thought only the PvP ones did.
It's both. It's both. Maybe the PvP do more, but and you know, I've been following all the notes, so I haven't seen them make that removal. But PvE and PvP is contributing. I don't know at what rate. So it very well could be like, if you think of it about as PvE quest 1 point, PvP quest 5 points, which is like, okay, because obviously like it ends in a PvP encounter, right? But it's like, I still like that. It's like, well, I don't feel like PvPing today. Okay, well, I can just,
Well,
you know.
well, yeah, that was one thing to where if you saw a group of people that were clearly, you know, hostile to you, you know, within your zone, there was a good chance they were doing PvP faction missions, you know, to push your zone, you know, to war faster and all that. So I guess I either misread notes or didn't see that part to where I didn't think the PvE ones did. I thought that was just a way, you know, they
I'm gonna have
could
to go
do
back and
missions.
reread, so that way I'm not spreading out falsities, but
So that was the one I couldn't remember on. So yeah, I'll just leave it at, you know, no comment for now until I get the details on that one.
I like PvP games. I like PvP games because I think they add a level of like extra sandbox content. So if 14 had kind of a bigger PvP scene, like, oh, there's no, like, you like PvP, like, guess what? Like, okay, I did all the PvE stuff. I'm just kind of hanging out PvPing. But the problem is that other games do it better, and so it's just easier for me to say, like, oh, do I feel like PvPing? Okay, well, I'm gonna go play Destiny or something like that. Now I'm not actively playing Destiny. I want them to honestly take the Halo model for their seasons, because every time, like, that FOMO, man, I'm just like, no, I'm good. Like, I'm just, call me when it's not here.
I know what you mean. Yeah, eventually the FOMO turns into anti-FOMO. I stopped caring.
Yeah, I just literally check out. Like, I'm like, all right, like, it works for a little bit, but then essentially I think humans wise up to it, and then it works against them. I think that's a big contributor to the issues. Oh man, we got blasted. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. I'm like, all right.
Games with the PK systems, basically, I usually would basically be as boring as possible. If they decided to bother me, I'd either literally do nothing and just stand there, or I don't remember. I think that's usually what I did. Is I just stood playing. I don't care.
All right, I'm staying
I
here.
didn't want to participate in that system.
Yeah.
Just part of the game I was playing. So I was like, hopefully they were like, this is the most boring kill.
Yeah, that was the one. Oh, go ahead.
So I was gonna say, I used to love, like, in BDO, right? Like, that's an open world PvP game where, like, you're encouraged to PvP by there being limited grind spots, and you gotta, like, grind to level up and get stronger, obviously. But, like, I used to be like, I would just, like, take on whole guilds who were trying to take a grind spot, and it was so fun in the early days, at least. Because, like, I could just, like, put on agility armor and kite the entire guild. But, like, at a certain point that gets boring, because, like, I remember one instance where there was this guy, like, I was clearly, like, whipping him, right, for like 2 or 3 hours, and the whole time he's just talking trash, and I'm like, dude, I'm winning.
Yeah,
you're not getting the spot. Go to a different channel. Like,
this is mine, baby.
Some people just don't give up.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I ran into that when I played ArcAge when it first released, I was like, I don't like this, so I quit. I don't like that kind of negativity around grinding.
Negativity is one thing, but yeah, when it came to ArcAge,
ArcAge
granted,
Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, theirs was a bit different to where they had zones that were at war and zones that weren't. So, you know, if a zone was at war, then like everyone could get, you know, PvP. But if it wasn't, then, you know, you didn't have to worry about it unless like somebody of the opposing faction, you know, was there and all that. But that was my my thing is with those games is, even though I wish more people like that style of game, just that is one of the kind of the unfortunate truths is, the general crowd normally doesn't gravitate toward that type of game because they just don't like the idea of being able to lose stuff. So that's why, for as much as I like the idea of, Ashes of Creation and all that, I am real curious because it is going to be a big experiment to where there's going to be a lot of people that will come to the game, but how many stay? Not just for the PvP aspect, like New World's the same, it's going to be a big adjustment for the especially like people who play like Final Fantasy and WoW, like not just because it's an action combat based game, but the style of that game, most of them are not going to be used to. So it'll be interesting to see how many people stick around after the first few months and all that, and what levels out to be their average player base across their servers.
I don't mind it if the punishment for people being annoying is harsh enough so they don't do it that often.
There's got to be a reputation in my mind, because it's like reputation is going to be key to the success of that, because otherwise, if you're just like, well, I have nothing to lose, then I can just be a jerk and it doesn't matter. And that was, oh, it was funny, I really made that person mad, and then it's like, all right, so I think that's one reason why it is buy to play, because it's like, instead of just full on free to play, like puts everybody's got a little money in the pot, so you want to be a complete jerk, you're risking your own money if you want to be a jerk and get banned.
Especially because if you bought it through Steam, because then you have to make a new non-Steam account.
Oh yeah.
I will want to add the fact that I will be honest that Arcade was probably the most toxic game I have ever played. Oh my god.
Not the most toxic, but it was fairly when I had done it.
Also, I believe the guy who's making Ashes was known as one of the most toxic people in Arcade.
Yep. Because he's one of the people that ran the kind of guild that controlled the server, kind of, if I understand correctly from what he said.
I hope Ashes is good, though.
That's also my other thing, being toxic's relative. Like on our server, like I was in a guild called Jolly Q, and within the guild, like everyone was as nice as could be, but because we were the largest guild, especially on our faction, people love to punch up and just start causing problems. And honestly, in my mind, like I know like certain levels of toxicity upset people, but for that style of game, a certain level of toxicity is actually pretty fun, as long as it's constructive. But if you're just out there to straight up degrade people, nobody wants that. But if you're out there talking smack, trying to egg people on to get fights started and all that, then honestly I've never seen anything wrong with that. And all that stuff. The creation of drama to a certain extent is what makes
those
the
are player
fun.
But those are also player driven stories, right? So it's one thing is that from a theme park MMO design, like it's one that struggles where there gets to be a lot of player drama with the game and about, oh, is this game, did the devs care, and X, Y, and Z. It's like they can't make content fast enough, so it ends up Brian. Oh man, my eyes are tired. Well, it's like this has been how long have we been in this thing? A while, I think.
Yeah, part of the problem, I don't know if you noticed, but the other two groups effectively bailed on us.
Oh, they're not even here?
There's like 2 people in one group and 3 people in another.
Gosh, like why did I get raised in the junk?
Limit break.
I didn't even, limit break. I was like, I didn't even accept a raise. I was like, and then it killed me immediately. Fun.
That's okay. I was gonna say, it doesn't seem like as many people as usual, so that's probably why. I bet you.
It's a symbol over my head.
It means march a certain number of squares.
My guess is not enough people were using potions for the people that left taste, or whatever it's called.
What are y'all doing right now?
I messed up.
We're in DR.
Yeah.
Delivering
Okay.
Resident.
Yeah, when you just said the marching thing, I was just like, oh yeah, you're on that part of the Relic quest now, right?
Yeah.
I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just.
I hated it.
Well, don't study for me, Jedi, at this hour. I'm doing very badly. I'm just like, oh man, I keep getting hit by everything.
Yeah, yeah. When we were talking earlier with Chris, yeah, I was able to do 2 of them, and I know some of them could be a little rougher than others, but honestly, I liked it. Once I figured out how all the bosses work, I was like, hey, this is kind of cool. We actually get to queue up for this. It's a bit harder than, like raid content. It's fun.
Oh, this is
the
a
only thing I
great
have a
raid.
problem with is how long it is.
Well, it's in a way like we kind of need that, right? Because we need that like longer form content.
I just mean it drags because it's just.
Well, if you got a team that's moving a little bit slower, then yeah, I can see how that happens.
Well, no, I did it too many times. At this
Yeah,
point for myself.
a lot of people have run it so many times that it's like it's like, oh, somebody's like, you're gonna hate DR when you get to the relic step, and I was like, all right, and then they nerfed it before I even got here. I'm like, all right.
Yeah, I know I've done it more than 50 times since I'm sick of it. It takes too long.
Yeah, no judgment, man.
Because of the grind, I should say it was too long.
Well, that's where it's like it's got to marry reward with that time investment.
Yep.
Yeah.
I did it though because I wanted the weapons.
Nice.
That's why I have 4 of them, and then I thought I'm tired of grinding, so I stopped. Don't forget about the knights on the side.
Stand on me if you can. I'm jumping.
Man, so this morning in stand-up, they're like, oh, what are you going to do this weekend? I don't know, probably play some Final Fantasy and go to the gym. And
yeah.
One of my coworkers was like, oh, which Final Fantasy? I was like, oh, 14. And then he PM'd me on Slack his profile page.
Yeah.
Dude had like 150 plus minions and like most of the extreme content mounts from Stormblood. I was like, oh, this guy plays 14.
Yeah, dude. We're everywhere now.
But he hadn't played since 2018.
I was out of that. I'm dead. I'm dead again. Dang it.
Yeah, since I just came back last week, on the good side, yeah, you kind of.
You need PvP in those
to
beef
work.
situations. Chat's kind of weighing in on what y'all were talking about. Just jumping in on that. Is that PvP ends up acting kind of as a great offset to where it's like, oh, you want to be a jerk? All right, let's do this. Let's battle it out. We're gonna hit each other.
Well, that's the thing, is that is true, and for individuals like myself that like hostile content as well, it was a great feeling, not just when you were the ones that kind of controlled the law and order, but when like in Arcades, when the west side was getting really cocky and all that stuff, we come marching through and they're like, oh crap, Jolly Q showed up. We're about to either get our butts kicked or fun's over, and it'd be nice to where they would see like one of our clan tags and start attacking us, and then like some like random East Guild would come, be like, we got your back and all that, and you're like, yes.
Like player-driven stories, man. Like they're excellent to offset the downtime in content cycles, right?
Oh yeah, I love it, and I've always been, I've said it before to where like World of Warcraft was my first MMO. I played it up through halfway through Wrath, and then I didn't play MMOs for a while, but the only ones that I did play that kept my interest for a good while were the more sandbox player driven ones.
Yeah.
Like Eve, Arc and Arcade and all that. And I really like 14. I still like WoW to a certain extent, but then they can only keep my attention for so long, because eventually I just get bored of doing the same thing over and over again.
I agree. I play for like 3 months at a time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Play,
that's
take a break,
pretty much what I
enjoy
do.
your time. Like I don't get the concept of playing until you hate the game, but that's where like content creation and my concerns for content creation and content creators has always been. It's like, you know, I see it a lot in Destiny. It's like the hype, the playing, and then they play everything the game has to offer, and then they're mad at the game, and it's like it is this cycle. It's like, all right, man, like okay, cool, like I finished everything I wanted to do, go play something else. But the challenge is that like if you make that kind of content your career, I could see how that it's like if I don't play Destiny, I don't get paid. You know,
it's one of those where ideally you want to at least have one other thing.
Yeah, at a minimum.
Just so that way the audience you get is used to you not only doing one thing.
So that is another thing I will have to say though for Final Fantasy is my original plan, like, you know, streaming or just game wise was I was gonna wait for Final Fantasy till like the middle to the end of October. And then I was kind of reviewing some of the stuff I need to do. I was like, okay, well there's a certain chunk of story I need to go through. There's the end of the relics, which I knew would be a big grind, and a few other things like I really wanted to try, like Palace of the Dead and Heaven on High, you know, before the big expansion started. I'm just like, I'm not gonna have enough time if I only give myself 3 or 4 weeks. So I'm glad I started now, and I just find it also funny at the same time that there's this huge surge coming into Final Fantasy now. Like you know, I've been on, you know, Midgard for
1 second. I'm gonna Jacob's got a question for me real quick. Jacob says, hey, how do you add hashtags to the channel names on your YouTube videos? Can't figure it out. All you do in the description is you get up to 3 hashtags, and you gotta just hashtag whatever you want that you feel is relevant, because those are kind of category tags, Jacob, and just pop those in there. They just have to be somewhere in the video, just like you would hashtag anything else. You get 3, and sometimes it might only let you, like, it might filter out those hashtags depending on what you hashtag. I don't have a exhaustive list of what not to hashtag, but that is what it is. Sorry, I just want to make sure I got to Jacob's question before.
No problem.
Yeah, so what were you saying?
It's almost 11. I'm going to need to bow out now.
Okay. I'm wrapping up as well.
Thank you very much for having me along. I hope you guys have a great evening.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be back again next week with some Final Fantasy, and then on Tuesday, Wednesday, guys, I'll be right here on YouTube playing some New World. If you want to stop by, ask questions, and see what the game's all about. So hit subscribe, like, and share, all that, you know, stuff. Oh yeah, before I wrap up, go ahead and you can feel free to bounce when you need, but let me see here. I think we might have actually gotten our member number goal to add a new emoji slot. Come on, tell me where we at. Still showing 47. It still says 1 more is needed, so maybe thought we got it, but either way, no worries. We're slowly ticking on up. It's slowly ticking on up, which is great. And it says we got 3 members, so maybe YouTube is just being ridiculous and it's just going to take a little bit in that regards. And then checking the viewer activity, it shows me nothing, which, yeah, thanks YouTube. They're going to figure it out. They're an indie company, y'all. All right.
Sometimes how it seems.
Yeah, sometimes. Like, okay, I think YouTube streaming, everybody's just like, what are y'all gonna do? Are you gonna do anything with it? Like, there's 1,000 features that already exist, right? Somebody was talking about earlier about
for a while.
Like, not YouTube itself, but like Twitch, Facebook, even Mixer. Like, it's like, guys, like, there are some really cool ideas going on. Where are we at, YouTube? Where are we at? Anyway, guys, thanks so much for hanging out. I really appreciate y'all. Hopefully y'all have a good weekend. I'm gonna hit end stream.